Chapter 74. Soul Guiding Incense. Chapter 74. Soul Guiding Incense, Lure. Lure. Yi Yuan exited and shouted for Lure. But there was no reply. Yi Yuan was very suspicious. Lure should have been waiting here for him to exit seclusion. Where did she go? Lure was very obedient. If there was really something, she should have left him a message. But Yi Yuan searched the place and did not find any clues. He also asked his neighbors, but nobody knew either. Zhang Heng was highly scheming. The time he picked happened to be lesson time, so basically, all the students were at CLASS. Yi Yuan was in a closed-door seclusion, so she did not have any mood to attend CLASS. However, it just happened to give Zhang Heng the opportunity to strike. Strange. Where on earth did Lure go? Don't tell me someone dares to kidnap people within the Danwu Academy? Yi Yuan sat down at the table and started conjecturing. Could Lure have gone to look for Tang Yu? In this place, Lure only had Tang Yu for a friend. Thinking of Tang Yu, Yi Yuan relaxed and was just about to leave to find Tang Yu when there was a knocking sound. Opening the door to take a look, who could it be except Tang Yu? Tang Yu saw Yi Yuan and was overjoyed. I figured that senior apprentice brother Yi should have also exited seclusion, so I came over to have a look. I didn't think that it would be so coincidental. Yi? Why, you are already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. Tang Yu stared with his mouth agape. Yi Yuan's improvement was too outrageous. He had only broken through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm with the help of Yi Yuan's pills not long ago. A month ago, when Tang Yu met Yi Yuan for the first time, he was only at the 1st level Essence Chi realm. A month later, Yi Yuan was already at the same cultivation realm as him. Thinking of how Yi Yuan killed Choing with a finger, Tang Yu believed that if he fought with Yi Yuan could absolutely kill him in an instant. Tang Yu currently felt that the Yi Yuan in front of him was like a dragon that entered deep waters and then soared to the sky in one stroke. And nobody could stop him anymore. While Tang Yu was immersed in his shock, he did not notice that Yi Yuan's facial expression did not look good. When Yi Yuan looked behind Tang Yu and confirmed that he came alone, his face turned ugly. He waved his hands and did not bother with Tang Yu's shock. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Why did you come alone?" Tang Yu was stunned and asked doubtfully, "If I'm not alone, how many people could there be?" Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. "Didn't Lure go and find you while I was in a closed-door seclusion these few days?" Tang Yu was alarmed, but he shook his head and replied, "No. I've also been busy these few days and did not see Lure. She also never came to find me." "Why, did something happen to Lure?" Yi Yuan currently felt a little uneasy. "After I returned, I spent the entire time looking for her, but I couldn't find her. I have a bad premonition. I keep feeling that something happened to her. Maybe Lure was bored of waiting for you, and in a moment of playfulness, ran out to play. This is the Danwu Academy. Nothing should happen. Don't need to worry, Brother Yi." Tang Yu assured him. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, "I hope so." The house momentarily became silent. But the uneasiness in Yi Yuan's heart grew increasingly stronger. He suddenly stood up and said to Tang Yu, "Please return, Brother Tang. I'm still a little worried about Lure. I'm going to look for her." "I'll go too. There's a higher chance with two people searching," Tang Yu offered. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No need. Just I alone will suffice." After he said that, Yi Yuan casually grabbed a piece of Lure's clothing and went out. Yi Yuan did not go around hunting aimlessly. He came directly to Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement room. After returning from the capital, not only did Feng Ruoqing had a cultivation realm breakthrough, her insights in the yin-yang separation flow technique also grew deeper. Yi Yuan was in a closed-door seclusion these past few days, so she naturally hid in the pill refinement room to practice the yin-yang separation flow technique. Feng Ruoqing was surprised when she saw Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan did not give her a chance to speak. I want to borrow your refinement room to use. Prepare a few ingredients for me. Yi Yuan casually threw Feng Ruoqing a piece of paper, and directly entered the pill refinement room like this refinement room belonged to him. Yi Yuan's words were like issuing an order. Feng Ruoqing was very annoyed at his attitude, but surprisingly did not blow her top. That was because she had never seen such a frightening expression on Yi Yuan's face before. Feng Ruoqing was quick-witted and knew that something must have happened. Forget it. Who asked me to owe him? Feng Ruoqing let out a faint sigh and really went to prepare the ingredients Yi Yuan needed like a maidservant. If other people saw the dignified state of Qin's head princess does this sort of thing, their jaws would drop due to the shock. Before long, Feng Ruoqing returned. The ingredients that Yi Yuan required were all ordinary stuff, and were not difficult to source. It was naturally easy to obtain with Feng Ruoqing's status. Except, Feng Ruoqing was very curious about what Yi Yuan was trying to refine. The ingredients that Yi Yuan needed were not all herbs. There were some other items. Refining medicinal pills out of these ingredients were impossible. Sing the ingredients over to Yi Yuan. Feng Ruoqing could not resist asking. There are quite a few that aren't herbs. What are you trying to refine with these ingredients? Yi Yuan received the ingredients and answered indifferently, You don't need to bother. Just watch. Start the fire. You're really treating me like a servant? Feng Ruoqing could not help losing her temper. This fellow had no respect for anyone. If you're not helping, then go to one side. Don't hold me up. Yi Yuan's words grew icier. Not knowing the reason, Feng Ruoqing walked to the red lotus cauldron and helped Yi Yuan open up the earth fire. Seeing the situation, Yi Yuan did not express anything. Right now, his heart was burning with anxiety. However, he knew that the more impatient he got, the more he had to keep calm and not lose his reason. The fire started, and Yi Yuan began to refine. This time around, the refinement was not earth-shaking. It was only a very simple-looking refinement method. But Feng Ruoqing had never seen this sort of method before. Without the process of preparing the herbs nor the process of refining the medicinal essence, Yi Yuan directed the fire to temper the ingredients while looking very relaxed. After an hour, the result of Yi Yuan refinement appeared. It was a chalk-like item, except that its appearance was grayish-black. What's this? Feng Ruoqing asked curiously again. Soul-guiding incense. This time around, Yi Yuan did not reject answering. It was just that when he talked, he let out a long breath. His rising and falling chest showed his current state of agitation. Soul-guiding incense? What's it used for? Feng Ruoqing had never heard of this thing before and asked inquisitively. Yi Yuan did not answer but threw the soul-guiding incense onto the clothing that he brought along. After that, he waved a hand to draw a wisp of fire. Earth fire had an exceedingly high temperature. Luer's clothes were burned into a wisp of green smoke instantly. However, the miraculous thing was that the green smoke condensed in mid-air and did not dissipate. The next instant the green smoke moved, and Yi Yuan moved as well. Where are you going? Feng Ruoqing asked bewilderedly. But Yi Yuan ignored her and ran out following that strand of green smoke. Feng Ruoqing bit her lips as she watched. After hesitating for a moment, she also followed. Chapter 75. Really want to kill someone? Chapter 75. Really want to kill someone? Luer used her remaining strength to struggle, but this weak struggle was futile and useless. Currently, her essence energy was drained. She could not even commit suicide. Luer became more and more terrified and increasingly becoming weaker. If she were tainted by a fellow like him, she would rather die. Pa. Zhang Heng slapped Luer's face and spat as he said, Little b******. You still aren't compliant when you are already like this? You're really asking for a beating. Luer suffered due to that slap, and one side of her face immediately swelled up. She laid there motionlessly as if she was resigned to her fate. Seeing the situation, Zhang Heng gave a nasty grin and said, "That's right. Much better now. Don't worry. After today, you won't be able to leave this senior apprentice brother. Ah." After saying that, Zhang Heng leaned over to carry out that bestil act. But right at this moment, all the pores on Zhang Heng's body stood on end. A feeling of danger came from straight ahead. Zhang Heng instinctively jumped away. An ice arrow grazed his face as it flew past. Luckily, his reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, that ice arrow would have already pierced through his throat. Withdrawing to the side, Zhang Heng broke into cold sweat. Who would have thought that this who already did not have any strength to retaliate, could actually release such a powerful attack? However, Zhang Heng instantly became furious. Luer nearly killed him. Luer struggled to get up. Presently, her entire aura had changed drastically. Her entire body gave off an ice-cold feeling. This sort iciness seemed like it could even freeze the air. A layer of white frost covered Luer's hair, and her face also turned abnormally pale. Zhang Heng looked at Luer's transformation and chortled as he said, "So, it turns out that you have the 9-yin absolute meridian. You actually dared to cultivate essence energy with your 9-yin absolute meridian. You really can't tell life from death. Right now, the frost poison has burst forth. I will see how you suppress it." The sun was currently ning brightly, but Luer felt as if her entire body was placed in an icehouse. The frost penetrated the bone and sunk in deeply. This was the ultimate move of the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul. Profound ice returns to dust. This move was a forbidden technique in the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul. When Yi Yuan was teaching Luer, he had informed her that unless she had no other alternative, she must absolutely never use it. That was because this move triggered the 9-yin absolute meridian, attracting the frost chi between heaven and earth into her body in exchange for a powerful strength temporarily. The name "returns to dust" meant that after using it, from ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It was a move to perish together with your enemy. Currently, Luer's aura soared Sively, directly breaking through the 4th level Essence Chi Realm threshold, past the 5th level Essence Chi Realm, and finally stopping at the 6th level Essence Chi Realm. The time Luer spent cultivating the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul was still too short. Even though she improved at an amazing speed, her comprehension was not that profound. If the Spirit Snow Divine King was the one executing the profound ice returns to dust, even if she only at the strength of a 1st-level Essence Chi Realm, she would be able to directly raise her strength to the great circle of perfection of the Essence Chi Realm. Although Zhang Heng was surprised at Luer's sudden rise in strength, he did not pay too much heed. The 6th-level Essence Chi Realm was still a minor stage lower than him. But he was currently livid because Luer nearly killed him just now, making him feel incredibly ashamed. That ice arrow also extinguished his lust. Right now, what he wanted to do was to send Luer to the afterlife. Directly killing was a definite no-no. He would be punished by the Academy. But since this lust had the 9-yin absolute meridian, then he could not be blamed if she sought her own death. Die, Lecher! Luer grabbed the air with one hand. An ice arrow formed once again and shot towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng laughed coldly as he easily dodged it. This ice arrow might have a high attacking power, but what was the use if it could not hit the target? He was unprepared just now, which was why Luer's sneak attack almost succeeded. Now that they were fighting head-on, he naturally would not fall for it again. After all, Luer was not Yi Yuan. She lacked actual combat experience, and could not control the sudden rise in strength. This sort of straightforward attack obviously would not cause any trouble for the powerful Zhang Heng. However, Luer did not care. Before she activated the profound ice returns to dust, she already had the will to die. Luer believed that even if she could not kill this guy, young master would take revenge for her. Trying to deal with me with these sort of attacks? You're underestimating Earth rank students' strength too much, Zhang Hing said with a mocking face. Humph! Thousand illusion hail! Luer cried out as her two hands formed a round shape. Very swiftly, countless stones formed between her hands. Pus. Plussing both palms out, a hailstone shot towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was astounded. He did not think that Luer's attacks would continue without end. This hailstone was an area of effect attack. Zhang Heng's speed was fast, but he was still struck by many hailstones. But the attack power of this hailstone was much weaker than the previous ice arrow. Coupled with Zhang Heng's powerful essence energy protection, these sort of attacks were unable to cause any real damage to him. Humph! Don't blame me for courting death, Lias. Snake Shadow Whip. Zhang Heng's whip technique was very skillful. The whip shot towards Luer from a highly tricky angle. Right now, Luer knew that she was not Zhang Heng's match, and her heart already held the will to die. She did not evade this whip at all. A sneer suddenly appeared on Luer's face. Noticing this, Zhang Heng was startled, only to see that Luer's hands moved at high speed, and she actually formed multiple ice arrows in an instant. Luer did not defend at all. She was actually going to make both parties lose. Zhang Heng did not expect Luer to not fear death to such an extent. He did not want to die, so he swiftly pulled back his whip and whirled his whip around. Very soon, the ice arrows were twirled into broken pieces. His strength exceeded Luer's by far too much, and his combat experience was also much richer. For Luer to injure him head-on, it was harder than trying to reach the heaven. After Zhang Heng shattered the ice arrows, he struck with his whip once more. Luer's attack just now had already exhausted all of her essence energy. Right now, she could no longer continue, so she just gave up defending and closed her eyes to wait for death. Young master, in future, Luer can no longer be at your side to serve you. You have to take good care of yourself. Two clear streams of tears fell and froze into ice beads. Zhang Heng was aware that Luer did not fear death, but he did not expect that Luer looked forward to death so much that she just stopped defending. He did not hold back on this move. If he hit Luer, then she was dead for sure. The attack was already released, and Zhang Heng could no longer stop it anymore. Just as he watched it about to land on Luer, a force shot out from diagonally. The force actually directly broke the soft whip. Zhang Heng was horrified. Although his soft whip was not a magical artifact, that attack just now filled the inside of the whip with essence energy. It could pierce straight through a person, and yet it was broken with one move by someone. Who's there? You're really despicable to dare to ambush me. Zhang Heng howled. A youth dressed in azure clothing glided over and landed beside Luer. He did not even spare a glance at Zhang Heng. Picking up Luer, he took out a medicinal pill for her to eat. Luer, young master, came late. Luer opened her eyes wearily and saw that it was Yi Yuan. A trace of light recovered within her eyes. Don't talk. Watch by the side. Young master will stand up for you. As he spoke, Yi Yuan's words grew frostier. Yi Yuan supported Luer to the sides, and then he stood up straight and shouted, "Right now, I really want to kill someone. Anyone who stops me will be my enemy. I will not give up until you die." Chapter 76. The Strong Breaks the Rules. Chapter 76. The Strong Breaks the Rules. Right now, I really want to kill someone. Anyone who stops me will be my enemy. I will not give up until you die. Yi Yuan's words were directed toward Feng Ruoqing. He knew that Feng Ruoqing also came. If Feng Ruoqing makes a move, it would be impossible for him to kill Zhang Heng. This was a warning. Body responded, but this was already a sort of tacit consent. Zhang Heng burst out laughing like he had just heard a hilarious joke. Ha ha ha! Kill me? You're that Yi Yuan, right? Just you, a 6th level essence Qi realm, wants to jump ranks to kill me? You two, master and servant, are equally unable to gauge your strength. Yi Yuan did not show any reaction and said coolly, "Are you acting on your own? Or is there somebody instigating you? Speak, and I will spare your life." Yi Yuan had no connections with this Zhang Heng. It was even more unlikely for Lu'er to provoke anyone, so he did not believe that Zhang Heng would force Lu'er to such a desperate situation for no reason whatsoever. Just now, Zhang Heng recognized Yi Yuan immediately with a glance. This further confirmed his conjecture. What a joke! You, a 6th-level Essence Chi realm, are so King arrogant. You think that after passing the Black Rank Advancement Test and increasing your cultivation realm, you have the capital to challenge veteran Earth Rank students? Spare my life? Why don't you try for me to see? Although Zhang Heng was astonished by Yi Yuan's advancement speed, he did not feel that he could threaten him. He was 3 minor cultivation realms above Yi Yuan, and they were separated by a minor stage. This sort of difference in power was not so easily bridged. Zhang Heng admitted that Yi Yuan was a genius. But who among those who could enter the Dan Wu Academy and become an Earth Rank student was not a genius among geniuses? Yi Yuan sighed and he said calmly, "One really can't communicate with an imbecile. Since you don't want to talk, then I will beat you until you do." Yi Yuan did not waste his breath. He raised his hand and executed stacking waves layered palm. 8-layer wave. Humph. Reckless punk. You dare to look down on me and only use one hand. Zhang Heng naturally would not fold his hands and await death. He threw his weapon aside and also used his bare hand. Prajna palm. Zhang Heng raised his hands to unleash a high-rank martial technique. Zhang Heng had spent a great deal of time and effort on this Prajna palm and trained it to the great success stage. Furthermore, he struck out with both palms together, so the amount of essence energy used was much greater. Zhang Heng curled the corner of his mouth, as if seeing the image of Yi Yuan being heavily injured. 3 palms collided, but the events did not play out as Zhang Heng imagined. He felt a colossal force coming from the Yi Yuan's palm, which immediately said through his 2 hands and spread throughout his entire body. Pooh! Zhang Heng gave fled groan and blood sprayed out wildly from his mouth. His entire body flew out like he was heavily struck. Now, will you talk? Yi Yuan continued speaking calmly, without any trace of emotion. The palm that Yi Yuan unleashed in anger was the 8-layer wave. Stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave. This was a palm technique that could even finish off a 1st-level spirit condensation realm, and Zhang Heng chose to receive it head-on foolishly. There would be no justice if he did not die. But Yi Yuan deliberately held back on this move and only heavily injured Zhang Heng. The intention was to find out who was the mastermind. Yi Yuan took 2 steps forward and walked to Zhang Heng's side. Looking down on him, he asked icily, "Now, will you talk?" Pooh! Zhang Heng coughed up another mouthful of blood. Right now, his arms were broken, and his internal organs also suffered extremely serious injuries. He looked incredibly wretched. If he did not receive medical treatment, he would soon die without Yi Yuan needing to move. Talk. Talk my *SS. Ha, ha ha. If you have the ability, then kill me. The Dan Wu Academy's rules state that students cannot kill one another. Come then. Kill me. Zhang Heng's blood stained his teeth as he laughed miserably. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Heng pitifully and he said coldly, "Rules? Rules are only used to restrict mediocre people like you. A true powerhouse will break all the rules and establish his own rules. Someone like you can only live under other people's rules forever. How pitiful! Ha ha! Who doesn't know how to brag? If you have the BALLS, then try breaking the rules for me to see." A 6th-level Essence Chi realm punk talking nonsense about breaking the rules. What a joke! Zhang Heng clearly did not believe that Yi Yuan dared to go against the Academy's rules. That was because, in the Academy's history, all those who broke the rules were sentenced to death. Except for that person. Is that so? Then I will break the rules now. Except. You won't be able to see it. Yi Yuan raised his hand again, and essence energy hovered faintly within his palm. At this moment, Zhang Heng could clearly sense the killing intent coming off of Yi Yuan. To Yi Yuan, Lu'er was one of his closest loved ones, and Zhang Heng dared to force her until she used the profound ice returns to dust. Even his death was insufficient. In his precious life, Yi Yuan did not have the ability to protect his loved ones. In this life, he was set on never letting his loved ones come to harm. But he did not expect to encounter something like this. Yi Yuan's self-condemnation had already said his fury. This palm slapped downwards without any hesitation. Zhang Heng no longer doubted Yi Yuan's determination. I'll talk. Don't kill me. I was only under someone's instigation. Zhang Heng finally could not withstand the pressure, and hurriedly shouted. Talk. Yi Yuan did not ft his palm. He was waiting for Zhang Heng's answer. I'll talk, but you have to promise not to kill me. Otherwise, I'd rather die than say. Zhang Heng painfully made his decision and threatened him. Is that so? Then bring it with you inside your coffin. Yi Yuan channeled his palm strength and moved a little closer to Zhang Heng. Don't. I'll talk. It's senior apprentice brother Lin Tiancheng who instructed me. I was only obeying him. He's the head student of the General Affairs Department, so I can't disobey him. Junior apprentice brother Yi, I beg you, let me go. I will definitely help you testify against Lin Tiancheng. God knows where Zhang Heng got the strength from, to manage to crawl up and grab hold of Yi Yuan's leg as he cried out. Good. You can die now. Yi Yuan's palm struck down, and Zhang Heng died without even making any sound. Regardless of whether he was obeying others or not, he deserved to die 10,000 times over just for forcing Lu'er to such a state. Lin Tiancheng? Yi Yuan thought for a moment and recalled who this Lin Tiancheng was. He did not think that it was actually such a minor character that made Lu'er end up in such a sorry state. If he knew this beforehand, he would have taken preventive measures. Right at this moment, Lu'er's movement alerted Yi Yuan. He quickly rushed over to Lu'er. Lu'er already had no more strength to stand up. She was currently crawling forward. Lu'er, what are you doing? If there's anything, just tell me. I will do it for you. Yi Yuan shouted as he rushed over. Lu'er continued moving forward bit by bit and finally crawled in front of that blue color badge. She reached out to grab that alchemy master badge and held it against her chest as if that blue badge was her everything. Yi Yuan hurriedly picked up Lu'er. After Lu'er got the badge, she could finally no longer hold on and fainted. Except, she still had a hint of a smile on her face, looking completely satisfied. Looking at the object in Lu'er's hand, he could not help feeling his heart ache. An insignificant badge to him was cherished so deeply by Lu'er. Thank you, Lu'er. Let's go home. Chapter 77. Have you all thought things through? Chapter 77. Have you all thought things through? Why did you have to do that? According to the Academy's rules, killing fellow students is the death penalty. Feng Ruoqing gave a faint sigh as she revealed herself and blocked Yi Yuan's path. Yi Yuan stopped and then he retorted, If Feng Zhiro ended up like this because of someone, what would you do? Feng Ruoqing was speechless. The answer was obvious. Those people were sentenced to death because they weren't talented enough. If they had sufficient potential and had adequate strength, I think the Academy would not kill them, but instead, heavily nurture them, right? Yi Yuan said indifferently. Yi Yuan's words were sufficiently arrogant, but what he said was logical and natural. Regardless of whether it was his past life or this life, Yi Yuan could look down proudly on all the pinnacle geniuses under the heavens. Just imagine how great of a genius he was to have been hailed as the one most likely to break through to the alchemy God realm and the divine realm, where geniuses were as many as oxen hair. Now that he transmigrated and lived once more, why would he give hi plus t about this tiny state of Qin? Feng Ruoqing remained silent for a while, but she still nodded and said, "It's like you said. In reality, there are still people who weren't killed, but instead became heavily groomed by the Academy. 5 years ago, a shockingly dazzling figure appeared in the Academy. But because his brother was bullied by someone, he killed a student in a fit of rage. The outcome was that not only did the Academy not dole out punishment, but he was also groomed heavily." "Ha! Sure enough. Then what are you worried about? Don't tell me I'm inferior to him?" Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said slowly, "Because you aren't killing only one person. Just a bunch of trash. If they're killed, then they're killed." Yi Yuan could not care less. Anyone who dared to touch the people he treasured dearly would have to be prepared to be killed. A tiny little Lin Tianqing, if he was killed, then he was killed. What else could they do? But I've heard of this Lin Tianqing before. He's a half-step spirit condensation realm. Even though you advanced amazingly fast, are you his match? If you won, then that's fine. But if you lost, some people would not let you off so easily." Yi Yuan shook his head and did not explain anything. "He just said Luer over to Feng Ruoqing. "If you treat me as a friend, then just help me take good care of Luer." Feng Zhiro did not know why, but when she heard these words, she felt delighted in her heart. Yi Yuan was clearly her student. Was it not strange to be friends? But why was it so natural? "I'm your teacher." Feng Zhiro put on a solemn face and said. Yi Yuan waved his hands like he was not willing to get tangled up on this question. "Support Luer up. I'm going to help her suppress the frost poison in her body. Otherwise, she might not survive the night." Feng Ruoqing obeyed and lifted Luer up properly. Yi Yuan then rapidly struck over a dozen points on Luer's body. After that, he lifted up her palm and transferred his own essence energy over. In terms of extreme yang and strength, the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art that Yi Yuan cultivated was a cultivation law which pushed them to the extremity. When compared to his cultivation law, the cultivation law Feng Zhiro trained in was like a small witch meeting a great sorcerer. Yi Yuan's essence energy was incomparably thick, making it perfect for suppressing the 9 frost poison. But this could only treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. A 9 divine link meridian was an innate 9 absolute meridian. Once the frost poison erupted, it would be like an ice black hole, automatically sucking all the surrounding cold qi into the body, extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's essence energy was, it could not contend with the heaven and earth cold yin power. It could only temporarily suppress the frost poison in Luer's body. After Yi Yuan withdrew his hand, Luer's face became rosier. But she was still unconscious. "I'll leave Luer to you. I'm going to kill some people." After saying this, Yi Yuan turned around and left. The entrance of the General Affairs Department was a rather busy place with streams of people coming and going. Yi Yuan stepped past the doorway but was stopped by 2 students. "What rank are you? What's your purpose of coming to the General Affairs Department?" One of the students questioned him. They did not stop everyone they saw. A single look and they could tell Yi Yuan did not appear friendly, and that something was wrong. That was why he was stopped. To kill people. Those 3 words casually popped out from Yi Yuan's mouth, sending a chill down the backs of the 2 students who heard it. "Are you joking? The Dan Wu Academy forbids students from privately committing murder. Are you trying to violate the Academy's rules?" This student was also at the 6th level Essence Qi realm, but under Yi Yuan's pressure, his essence energy showed signs of becoming unstable. "I don't have time to joke with you. Where's Lin Tianqing? Ask him to come out and die." "Senior apprentice brother Lin? Were you hit on the head?" Quickly leave. If you still don't go, then we won't be courteous. The other person was slightly better, and he just wanted to chase Yi Yuan away. A 6th level essence Qi realm talking nonsense about wanting to kill a half-step spirit condensation realm expert. If his brain were not damaged, then what was it? Yi Yuan simply ignored these two people and directly forced his way through between the two of them. These two people were in charge of guarding the entrance, so they naturally could not let Yi Yuan in like this. Hence, they used all of their power to try to stop Yi Yuan. Boom! Their hands did not even touch Yi Yuan before they were sent flying a long way out by the essence energy Yi Yuan released, which automatically opened up a pathway. Even though they were similarly at the 6th level essence Qi realm, the difference was too huge. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was multiple times that of the same realm. How could these two people possibly be Yi Yuan's match? As someone's causing trouble. Stop him. Quick. Notify senior apprentice Brother Lin. One of the students was very dedicated to his job. After landing on the ground, he ignored the pain on his body and shouted loudly. The activity outside alarmed the people inside. Now that he shouted like that, the students who just came out immediately knew what happened. An 8th level essence Qi realm student came up to stop Yi Yuan. He rebuked angrily, "Who are you? How audacious! Do you know what place this is to actually dare to cause trouble here?" Yi Yuan did not bother with him and continued walking forward. Courting death. Seeing Yi Yuan's supercilious attitude, that student immediately raged. He forced his way forward, wanting to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yi Yuan casually unleashed a palm, and that student flew out, landing heavily against the wall before he stopped. See. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan clearly only had the strength of a 6th level essence Qi realm, but a casual palm had such power to send an 8th level essence Qi realm flying. It was very obvious that Yi Yuan already showed mercy. Otherwise, that 8th level essence Qi realm student would be a dead man right now. Stacking waves layered palm. He's Yi Yuan. Right then, someone in the crowd recognized Yi Yuan's palm technique, and he immediately deduced Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. There was only one person who could casually unleash the stacking waves layered palm within the Danwu Academy, and that was Yi Yuan. Other than him, even head senior apprentice Brother Long Tang could not do it. Quickly inform senior apprentice Brother Lin. Say that Yi Yuan came to the General Affairs Department to make trouble. Let's stop him together. I don't believe that so many of us can't even handle a 6th level essence Qi realm. A student who seemed to be a student manager shouted out. As expected, the others also perked up after his speech. That's right. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he was still only one person. Many among them were 8th level essence Qi realm, and quite a few were at the 9th level essence Qi realm. How could he defeat so many people? Yi Yuan swept his gaze across everyone, making everybody shuddered. Have you all thought things through? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm only looking for Lin Tianqing alone. Are you all sure you want to be accomplices? Yi Yuan asked calmly. Chapter 78. Despicable Lin Tianqing. Chapter 78. Despicable Lin Tianqing. The Danwu Academy's General Affairs Department was segmented into the inner court, middle court, and outer court. The outer court was where students received jobs. The middle court was where the student managers of the General Affairs Department managed work. The inner court was where important figures dealt with businesses. Presently, Lin Tianqing was in the inner court A.S. signing tasks to the student managers. All of you, quickly handle the matters that I just instructed. Supervision of newly admitted students has to be reinforced. Make them obey submissively. If anyone causes trouble, then just directly suppress them. There's no need to be polite. Lin Tianqing was issuing orders to a bunch of people with the air of someone of the upper echelon. Yes, senior apprentice Brother Lin. We will do it right away. Finest. Hi+ing, several people turned around and left. Boom, boom, boom. A frantic knocking was heard. Senior apprentice Brother Lin, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Outside the door, a student kicked up a racket, making Lin Tiancheng frown. Lin Tiancheng had always been very strict with the rules. People at the lower levels had never dared to cause such a ruckus when entering. Today, there was actually someone who collided head-on with the tip of the spear. Creak. The door was opened by a student manager who reprimanded angrily. What's the commotion about? Don't you know that senior apprentice Brother Lin is busy? Is your skin itching for a whipping? That student ignored him and just went around him, crying to Lin Tiancheng, senior apprentice Brother Lin, something bad has happened. That Yi Yuan is currently causing a commotion outside the department. Senior apprentice brother who went up to stop him, but was sent flying with a slap. He even said. When Lin Tiancheng heard Yi Yuan's name, his face immediately fell. Looks like he found out about Luer being bullied by Zhang Heng, and the flames of fury attacked his heart, which was why he came to the General Affairs Department to cause such an upheaval. Thinking of this, Lin Tiancheng gave a cold laugh. Do you all just eat rice and do nothing? Just a 4th-level essence Qi realm managed to frighten you all until this manner? That Hu Tai is also a trash, to be sent flying with a single slap from a 4th-level essence Qi realm. Senior apprentice Brother Lin, Yi Yuan, he isn't only at the 4th-level essence Qi realm. Not only 4th-level essence Qi realm? Don't tell me he really entered closed seclusion to break through to the 5th-level essence Qi realm? Also not the 5th-level essence Qi realm. That student shook his head like a rattle drum. Looking at this appearance, Lin Tiancheng became infuriated. Can you not talk like you are out of breath? Just what's Yi Yuan's strength? He can't have been in a closed-door seclusion for a few days and reached the 6th-level essence Qi realm, right? This time around, that student's head was like a chicken pecking for rice as he nodded non-stop. That's right. Yi Yuan is already at the 6th-level essence Qi realm. What? Including Lin Tiancheng, all the student managers in the room were astonished. They were, of course, aware of what strength Yi Yuan possessed. Around 10 days ago, Yi Yuan had just made Lin Tiancheng lose face greatly. Back then, he was still at the 4th-level essence Qi realm. Just a mere 10 days or so had passed said, and Yi Yuan was already at the 6th-level essence Qi realm? He jumped from the 1st-level essence Qi realm to the 3rd-level essence Qi realm. 4th-level essence Qi realm to the 6th-level essence Qi realm could also be jumped? Just what was happening to this world? The crux was that not only did Yi Yuan increase his cultivation realm extremely fast, his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Did they not just hear what this punk said? He sent Hu Tai flying with one slap. Hu Tai was an 8th-level essence Qi realm, and he could not even take a hit. Would that not mean that Yi Yuan possessed at least the strength of a 9th-level essence Qi realm? After the shock, Lin Tiancheng's face grew darker. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would have the power to threaten him so fast. It looked like it was already hopeless for Zhang Heng. Just 6th-level essence Qi realm. You are all veteran Earth rank students. Don't tell me every one of you are scared of a 6th-level essence Qi realm? Are you all even Dan Wu Academy students? You, go out and tell them to attack together. If they can't even restrain a 6th-level essence Qi realm, then what does the General Affairs Department need them for? Lin Tiancheng shamelessly used the people outside as his SHI+ELD. Lin Tiancheng was not really scared of Yi Yuan. But if he could use those people outside to diminish Yi Yuan's battle strength, then why not? Have you all thought things through? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm only looking for Lin Tiancheng alone. Are you all sure you want to be accomplices? Yi Yuan took a step forward. The students outside the department were affected by his aura and retreated a step in unison. Yi Yuan took another step forward, and the crowd stepped back once more. A 6th level Essence Chi Realm managed to force a group of 7th and 8th level Essence Chi Realm students back. If this were spread outside, there would no longer be a need for the General Affairs Department to exist. Right at this moment, the student who went to report to Lin Tianqing just now rushed back. Senior apprentice Brother Lin said to attack together and take him down first. He's just at the 6th level Essence Chi Realm. If you all can't deal with this, then what do we need you for? If you all can't take down Yi Yuan, then forget about working in the General Affairs Department in the future. Once these words were out, everyone's faces changed. Lin Tianqing had always lived up to his words. He would really replace all these people. Most of these Earth rank students had no hope of advancing to the Heaven rank, so they stayed here to do some work and fish for some benefit. If they did not work here, then they could possibly end up doing manual labor. That was obviously a result they did not wish to see. Fine. I don't believe that so many of us here can't take care of a 6th level Essence Chi Realm. Everyone, attack. Everybody gathered, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. Yi Yuan did not stop them, and let them surround him. Finally, these people could no longer resist attacking Yi Yuan. From the front, an 8th level Essence Chi Realm student stabbed his sword towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached out and flicked a finger. That long sword immediately flew out of his hand. Another slap, and that 8th level Essence Chi Realm was sent flying. At the same time, a palm attack came from the back. It was like eyes were growing behind Yi Yuan as he evaded it by slightly fting his body. Then, he slammed his arm backward, and that person also went airborne. For some time, the surroundings were filled with attacks, but body was able to really threaten Yi Yuan. Not only were they unable to pose any threat, Yi Yuan even moved forward as he fought. He was about to push past the outer court. People could be seen flying continuously out of the group surrounding Yi Yuan and landing heavily on the ground. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan broke past these people's defense and said through the outer court. The majority of these people were at the 7th level Essence Chi Realm and the 8th level Essence Chi Realm. To the current Yi Yuan, there was completely no threat. Where his palm wind reached, a series of wailing sounded. The outer court was strewn with people lying on the ground and crying out shrilly. Yi Yuan did not stop. Grabbing a sword, he advanced inside like that with the sword in his hand. Entering the middle court, another group of people surrounded him. These people were the student managers of the General Affairs Department. Each one of them was like Zhang Heng, all existences of the 9th level Essence Chi Realm. 9th level Essence Chi Realm was the pinnacle of existence in the Essence Chi Realm. It represented the apex of the Essence Chi Realm. Their strength was also much stronger than the 8th level Essence Chi Realm. Yi Yuan would not care about a single person. But there were around 7 or 8 people now. They would not be a minor force anywhere. Yi Yuan looked at them and smiled coldly as he said, "You guys are really loyal dogs. Wherever Lin Tianqing points to, you guys would strike there. My words still remain the same. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I only want to kill Lin Tianqing alone. If you want to be a dog, then you'd better be prepared to get beat up." Chapter 79. You don't have the heart of a powerhouse. Chapter 79. You don't have the heart of a powerhouse. What a joke. In the Dan Wu Academy, body has ever dared to harp on about killing someone. I think you must be King B, ALLSY. Everyone found it extremely comical to see Yi Yuan behave so arrogantly. One could fight in the Dan Wu Academy and could also arrange for a deathmatch. But body had ever dared to talk about killing someone in such a dignified manner. The way they saw it, Yi Yuan was obviously posturing and wanted to use this sort of threat to force them back. Yi Yuan adjusted his sword in a showy manner and said coldly, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. I'll just have to beat up the guard dogs before going to beat the owner. With those words, Yi Yuan did not hesitate and then charged into the group with his sword. Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was executed, and his entire being became a series of afterimages as he said through these people. These student managers were all at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. Apart from heaven rank students and a half-step spirit condensation realm like Lin Tianqing, they were virtually undefeatable existences in the Danwu Academy. But at this moment they made a woeful discovery. They could not even touch the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Yi Yuan's body moved elegantly like countless falling petals, completely traceless. These student managers were after all 9th level Essence Chi realms, 3 minor cultivation realms above Yi Yuan. Wanting to defeat them was not so simple. Yi Yuan could naturally use brute force to deal with these people. But he did not wish to reveal his trump card too early. In the entire academy, apart from Feng Ruoqing who saw him use the 8-layer wave to kill Zhang Heng just now, and Body was aware that he could use the 8-layer wave. Lin Tianqing was ultimately a half-step spirit condensation realm. There was almost a major cultivation realm between him and Yi Yuan. It would not be a good thing if he got to know of his trump card beforehand. Using the Falling Flower Floating Zero sword to deal with the enemies could conserve essence energy and also numb his opponent. So why not? Even though Yi Yuan's flames of fury was soaring to the sky right now, he did not lose his reason. If he did not even have this shrewdness after living 2 lifetimes, then it was all wasted. The Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was created by imitating falling flowers. It paid particular attention to flowing with the wind naturally and elegantly, very economical on the usage of essence energy. Of course, the Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was not without weaknesses. The drawback was insufficient attack power. But in this sort of situation, Yi Yuan did not require much attack power. He made use of the elegant and nimble movements to give these students some injuries every now and then. As time passed, their combat power dropped drastically. "Io! My arm! Ah! My leg!" The curdling screams carried on incessantly. Unwittingly, many injuries had appeared on these student managers' bodies. Just what kind of a freak is this guy? 6th level Essence Chi realm, and he is this powerful. Stop. Stop. We admit defeat. That's right. Quickly stop. We surrender. One person was the first to speak, and everyone else's spirit immediately collapsed. Everyone quickly laid down their arms and surrendered. After breaking through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm, it would be tough for Yi Yuan to find an opponent in the Essence Chi realm anymore. Yi Yuan obviously would not slaughter everyone in a frenzy. Seeing that these people had the intention to back away, he threw down the sword in his hand indifferently and headed inside to the inner court. Grabbing a student doing CHORES in the inner court and forcing him to lead the way, Yi Yuan went to where Lin Tianqing was. Yi Yuan kicked the door wide open with a leg, but the room was already empty, and Lin Tianqing could not be seen anywhere. The back window was opened. Clearly, Lin Tianqing escaped from here. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and took out a stick of soul-guiding incense. He came to the table and casually took up a book to burn. The soul-guiding incense became a wisp of green smoke and went with the wind. A martial artist's divine soul was powerful and would leave behind the scent of their soul in places where they frequently stopped by. The soul-guiding incense could differentiate these soul scents and track him down. When powerful martial artists were fleeing, they would conceal the scent of their soul. Hence, the use of the soul-guiding incense was not great. In his past life, Yi Yuan only found it fun, so he researched it a bit. But Lin Tianqing evidently did not know how to hide the scent of his soul. It was useless no matter where he fled to. Yi Yuan's performance truly astonished Lin Tianqing. 7 to 8 9th level Essence Chi realm martial artists were defeated just like chopping vegetables. Although he did not believe Yi Yuan could really defeat him, at the very least, Yi Yuan already possessed the power to fight with him. Lin Tiancheng was one of those typical examples of people who bullied the weak but feared the strong. So he chose to run away. Yi Yuan had already wholly overturned the General Affairs Department. As long as the instructors found out about this matter, he would definitely be expelled. Hence, he had no need to fight it out with Yi Yuan. Right now, he was going to the back of the mountain to tattle to the instructor. What a brainless fellow. So what if he's a genius? Isn't he still screwed over by me, Lin Tiancheng? Being pleased with himself, the smile on Lin Tiancheng's face could not be concealed no matter what. Lin Tiancheng, who was gloating, did not notice that a wisp of green smoke spun a few rounds above his head, which then disappeared. The next moment, Lin Tiancheng's smile froze on his face. That was because his path ahead was blocked by someone. And that someone blocking him was precisely that hateful Yi Yuan. How was this possible? How did he know that I was here? Yi Yuan just stood in front of him coldly without even hiding his killing intent. Unknowingly, fear started to take place in Lin Tiancheng's heart as he looked at Yi Yuan's expression. Yi Yuan, don't push me too far. Do you really think that I'm scared of you? Lin Tiancheng was livid, trying to use this to cover up his guilt. Aren't you the one who forced me? Congratulations. You've succeeded in infuriating me. And the price for that is your life. Yi Yuan spoke slowly without any trace of emotion. Haha. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't tell me that you forgot what this place is? The Dan Wu Academy has never tolerated students killing students. Violators are sentenced to death. Do you wish to go against the Academy's rules with your own strength? Lin Tiancheng guffawed. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed as he said, You're really the same as that guy in the medicine garden, treating the Academy's rules as your protective talisman. It's because something like the Academy's rules that you guys dared to touch my people, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's sigh, Lin Tiancheng suddenly felt a chill arise from the bottom of his heart, and the ominous feeling in his heart would not go away. What did you do to Zhang Heng? Don't you know the answer already? Yi Yuan replied calmly as if he did something not even worth mentioning. Lin Tiancheng was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and cried out in shock, Why, you really killed Zhang Heng? You really dare to kill people? Are you insane? You'll be put to death. Ah! You are dead, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan let out another sigh and said, So weak. All you talk about is the Academy's rules. No wonder you kept failing the Earth rank advancement test. It's because you don't have the heart of a powerhouse. Lin Tiancheng trembled. Yi Yuan's words directly struck his trauma and exposed his weakest area. You think that you're very exalted being the head student of the General Affairs Department. In reality, it's displaying your weakness. How many of the students who said the Earth rank advancement test came out of there? I came to kill you, but you made your subordinates become your fodders. Finally, you flee without fighting. You don't even dare to fight once. You want to tell the instructor that I'm causing a commotion at the General Affairs, right? You are basically a coward. Someone like you would never become a true powerhouse. Yi Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer, striking Lin Tiancheng's spirit one blow after another, leaving him short on breath. Chapter 80. Battling Lin Tiancheng. Chapter 80. Battling Lin Tiancheng. Shut up. A puny 6th level Essence Chi realm dares to talk P about being a powerhouse in front of me? What a joke. Lin Tiancheng finally lost it and dismissed Yi Yuan's words. Is that so? Then what are you scared of? Quickly come and finish off me, this puny 6th level Essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan's words were filled with countless mocking. Humph. You think I can't detect such a low-level goading action? Fine. I will do as you wish today, and let you witness what a true expert is. Finest. HI plus ing, Lin Tiancheng's half-step spirit condensation realm aura was released and smashed towards Yi Yuan. Lin Tiancheng was not stupid. His biggest advantage was cultivation realm, so he obviously had to make good use of it. A spirit condensation realm could rely solely on his realm's pressure to make an essence chi realm's essence energy slow down and become stagnant. Although his half-step spirit condensation realm could not fully unleash the pressure of a spirit condensation realm, it already had quite a bit of power. Spirit condensation realm was actually compressing the essence energy within the dantian to its limits, achieving the realm where the ACCU mulat chi becomes liquid. It was a one-time advancement of the body's essence energy. Hence, regardless of whether in terms of quant. 1. Tai or quality, a spirit condensation realm's essence energy greatly surpasses that of normal essence energy. Wanting to defeat a spirit condensation realm with the strength of essence energy was an extremely tough thing to do. One either required extremely powerful martial techniques to bridge the difference in cultivation realm or use heaven-defying medicinal pills to compensate for the difference in power. But regardless of the method used, the prerequisite was that this method was able to compensate for the difference in power between an essence chi realm and a spirit condensation realm. The so-called half-step spirit condensation realm meant that the martial artist was in the process of liquefying their ACCU mulat chi and already partially had the power of a spirit condensation realm. The power of a half-step spirit condensation realm was already sufficient to crush any essence chi realm martial artist. Lin Tiancheng was pretty talented. He could have broken through to the spirit condensation realm long ago, but had always suppressed his strength at half-step spirit condensation realm for the Earth rank advancement test. However, his comprehension was still a little lacking, so he had been unable to advance his martial techniques mastery. Hence, he had no way of jumping ranks to defeat the 5 black-clothed spirit condensation realm martial artists. After all, he was only half-step spirit condensation realm. There was still a very large gap compared to a true spirit condensation realm. Seeing Lin Tiancheng used his cultivation realm suppression to deal with him, Yi Yuan laughed coldly. Trying to use cultivation to suppress me? It's a shame that your cultivation realm is too low. If a third-level spirit condensation realm and above used this move to deal with him, it would really be troublesome. But a half-step spirit condensation realm doing it was basically trying to scratch an itch through one's boot. Yi Yuan fully released the essence energy in his body right then, and his aura soared, Hi plus Ing Lin Tiancheng's aura back. Only an instant had said, and these two people's auras were matched with each other's. Neither of them was able to do anything to the other. This was originally a noisy place, and now, many students gathered to gawk. When they saw that Yi Yuan's aura was evenly matched with Lin Tiancheng's aura, they were stunned speechless. No way. Is that Yi Yuan really only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm? Absolutely. He can actually be evenly matched with senior apprentice brother Lin under the suppression of cultivation realm. This is too sick. Doesn't this mean that his power's no less than a half-step spirit condensation realm? That should be it theoretically. But doesn't that mean that even though Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm, the thickness of his essence energy was already not inferior to a half-step spirit condensation realm? Isn't this too ridiculous? Of course, this was not a joke. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was really terrifying. Since the start of first-level Essence Chi realm, the essence energy that Yi Yuan consumed during cultivation was several times of others. Under the ACCU mulation of so many realms, the density of Yi Yuan's essence energy was already pretty impressive. That was why he could stand up to Lin Tiancheng in terms of aura. The density of essence energy was not about having a large reserve, but rather having the purity of essence energy, which greatly surpassed that of the same realm. As an example, Yi Yuan and some other 6th-level Essence Chi realm executed the same martial technique. Other people required 1 unit of essence energy, while Yi Yuan only needed 1/3 of a unit or even a fifth. This was why Yi Yuan was powerful. Seeing Yi Yuan not losing in terms of aura, Lin Tiancheng's expression became extremely ugly. Since he could not suppress Yi Yuan using Cultivation Realm, Lin Tiancheng could only fight directly with him. However, Yi Yuan knew an abnormal martial technique, like the stacking waves layered palm. A moment of lapse, and it would be serious injuries, possibly even death. At this moment, Lin Tiancheng naturally would not naively believe that Yi Yuan would have any qualms about some rules. This was a life-and-death match. So what if your aura is strong? Today, I will let you witness just what a half-step spirit condensation realm is. Thunderous Fist. Lin Tiancheng's punch struck towards Yi Yuan. There were even traces of electricity on the fist. It was precisely a superior grade Tier 1 martial technique which Yi Yuan saw in the scripture library, the Thunderous Fist. The power of a superior grade Tier 1 martial technique unleashed by a half-step spirit condensation realm was truly terrifying. Although this punch did not smash towards them, the surrounding students similarly felt enormous pressure, let alone Yi Yuan who was receiving it directly. Senior apprentice Brother Lin's Thunderous Fist is really scary. I'm afraid it's already trained to the great success stage. Yeah. Even though that punch wasn't aimed at me, I still feel short of breath now. He's really worthy of being the strongest in the Earth ranking. How frightening! Yi Yuan's really straining himself. At any rate, Senior Apprentice Brother Lin is a half-step spirit condensation realm. How could he be defeated so easily? Listening to their conversation just now, it's actually a deathmatch. Just what kind of deep hatred do they have with each other? Even if they really killed the other party, they also can't escape the Academy's punishment. Why do you care so much? Since there's a show, just watch. It won't implicate you anyway. Yi Yuan also felt the pressure coming head-on while facing Lin Tiancheng's lightning attribute martial technique. A half-step spirit condensation realm was indeed powerful. Yi Yuan did not choose to clash head-on with Lin Tiancheng but decided to evade instead. Yi Yuan's feat HI plus feated and executed instant flash, vanish. HI plus ing in a blink of an eye, leaving behind an afterimage where he was initially at. Lin Tiancheng's punch was halfway there when he saw this. He laughed coldly and said, "Afterimage? Paltry tricks. 7-star steps." Lin Tiancheng also disappeared halfway. Low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, 7-star steps. Yi Yuan's in danger. That's right. Tier 2 martial technique is too much of a bully. The crowd exclaimed in shock. 7-star steps was a low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, while instant flash was only a middle-grade Tier 1 martial technique. The difference between the two was enormous. Tier 2 martial techniques were mostly employed with spirit condensation realm's essence energy. The effects were naturally different from Tier 1 martial techniques which were activated with essence energy of the essence chi realm. Even if Yi Yuan's instant flash had already transcended the boundaries of Great Circle stage and reached the breaking illusion stage, it was still inferior to a Tier 2 martial technique. After all, the grade of instant flash was too low. Yi Yuan revealed himself, and at the same time, sensed an extreme danger coming from the back. Having no time to think, he used instant flash once more and vanished on the spot. However, that sense of danger did not fade and kept latching on him like a parasitic maggot. Only now did Yi Yuan realize that he underestimated Lin Tiancheng. The strongest among Earth ranks was not for a laugh. His power was already bordering close to Heaven rank and was much stronger than the average first-level spirit condensation realm. Judging based on the illusionary spirit tower's standards, Lin Tiancheng could most likely finish off 4 black-clothed martial artists with only a narrow margin away from passing the test. Chapter 81. Unfavorable Situation. Chapter 81. Unfavorable Situation. Come on. The General Affair Department's head student, Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, and that genius Earth rank student who's recently in the limelight, Yi Yuan started fighting. There's going to be a great show to watch. Yi Yuan? Isn't he only at the 4th level Essence Chi realm? Senior apprentice Brother Lin was already at the half-step spirit condensation realm a long time ago. How could Yi Yuan possibly be his match? Are you stupid? Didn't Yi Yuan enter a closed-door seclusion a few days ago? He exited seclusion and is already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. What? Closed seclusion for a few days and 6th level Essence Chi realm? That fellow is seriously a freak. But even if he's at the 6th level Essence Chi realm, he couldn't possibly be Senior Apprentice Brother Lin's match, right? Who knows? I also just heard from other people. There seems to be some great enmity between the two of them, which provoked Yi Yuan so much so that he wants to kill Senior Apprentice Brother Lin even knowing the Academy's rule. There's such a thing? Come, let's quickly go look. The news of Yi Yuan and Lin Tianqing's deathmatch quickly spread throughout the entire Dan Wu Academy. 2 students debated over it for a while in a corner of the academy, and then they rushed over to watch the show. But their discussion reached another person's ear. Wan Yuan just happened to be nearby, and when he heard these 2 people's conversation, a hint of a cold smile flashed across his face. He did not think that Lin Tianqing was so daring to actually directly provoke Yi Yuan to violate the Academy's rules. Now, no matter whether it was Yi Yuan who killed Lin Tianqing or Lin Tianqing who killed Yi Yuan, he could sit there and enjoy the fisherman's gains. Previously, he let Lu Ruoshui goaded Lin Tianqing on, and that fellow really fell for it. Lin Tianqing was narrow-minded. Just by sowing discord slightly, he became jealous and hated Yi Yuan. Wan Yuan was still having a headache these 2 days as Yi Yuan's improvement became increasingly faster. Not only was he reaching Wan Yuan on the martial path, he completely crushed him on the alchemy path. Who would have thought that Lin Tianqing directly provoked Yi Yuan? After listening to the 2 people's conversation, Wan Yuan was excited but was also shocked. Yi Yuan went into seclusion and was at the 6th level Essence Chi realm after coming out. He could pass through the Black Rank Advancement test at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Didn't that mean that Yi Yuan could already completely crush him with his current strength? Just a month plus. A month plus, and Yi Yuan and his position had totally flipped over. A month ago, he could easily crush Yi Yuan. A month later, Yi Yuan was already an existence that he looked up to. Preposterous. Just what the hell happened? Wan Yuan was so aggrieved. Nothing made someone sadder than being stepped underfoot by somebody they looked down upon. Bringing along this grievance, Wan Yuan also headed over. He really wanted to watch the sight of Yi Yuan being killed by Lin Tianqing, or Yi Yuan killing Lin Tianqing and then being sentenced to death by the Academy. Lin Tianqing's 7-star steps was already trained to the small success stage. It was just a little bit faster than Yi Yuan's instant flash. Plus currently, Yi Yuan was already forced into a perilous situation by him. If he were careless and got hit, then there would probably be no chance for victory. The Thunderous Fist belonged to the Lightning Attribute Martial Techniques category. It similarly leaned towards attack power and even had a numbing effect. The moment he got hit, Yi Yuan would basically no longer have the strength to retaliate. In terms of speed, Yi Yuan could not shake off Lin Tianqing. In terms of attack, Yi Yuan had already lost the initiative now. He was currently in an extremely defensive situation. Haha, run. Keep running. I love this sort of cat-catching mice game the most. Overconfident punk, I thought you were very powerful. So you only have this bit of ability? Lin Tianqing laughed wildly as he chased Yi Yuan. Lin Tianqing seemed like he had the strength to spare. Yi Yuan appeared once more, and Lin Tianqing appeared beside him at almost the same instant. The Thunderous Fist directly struck Yi Yuan's chest. However, this time around, Yi Yuan unexpectedly did not run away. He raised his right hand like lightning, and essence energy in his palm spread out. Stacking waves layered palm, 4-layer wave. Boom. One fist clashed with one palm, and the two people clashed and flew backward. Lin Tianqing's body only flew backward almost 7 meters, but Yi Yuan flew for 10 meters. Very clearly, Yi Yuan had the lower hand in this clash. Lin Tianqing stabilized his body and laughed coldly as he said, "So, you actually mastered the stacking waves layered palm, 4-layer wave. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, this stacking waves layered palm can only deal with essence chi realms. To handle me, you have a long way to go. Right now, do you feel like your hands are going numb, and your essence energy isn't circulating properly?" Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Lin Tianqing laughed wildly without stopping. Just now, Yi Yuan was still talking rampantly about the heart of a powerhouse, but now, he was suppressed by him. This made him very gleeful. Lin Tianqing admitted that Yi Yuan was a genius. But so what if he was a genius? Did he not still lose to him? This feeling of cruise hi-plussing geniuses was simply satisfying. Yi Yuan's right hand became a little numb, and the circulation of essence energy also became somewhat stagnant. This thunderous fist indeed had a well-deserved reputation. It was actually on par with the 4-layer wave. Of course, Lin Tianqing still had to give credit to his cultivation realm to be able to rely on the thunderous fist to draw with Yi Yuan. Half-step spirit condensation realm was no joke. It was almost a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. In the past, it had always been Yi Yuan who used speed to crush his opponent. He did not expect that he would be completely suppressed by Lin Tianqing in terms of speed today. Without the advantage in speed, he had no way of attacking with his full power. Lin Tianqing would not give him the chance to strike. The situation was very unfavorable. Yi Yuan secretly revolved his essence energy to purge the lightning attribute essence energy entwined in his palm in order to relieve his numbed state. How could Lin Tianqing give him this opportunity? Trying to relieve the numbness? Are you treating me as a 3-year-old kid? Die. Right at this moment, Lin Tianqing moved again. The 7-star steps was executed, and he crossed the several meters distance, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Boom. Another exchange, and the two people separated once more. This time around, Lin Tianqing only retreated around 6 meters, while Yi Yuan backed over a dozen meters. It was apparent that after being affected by the numbness in his right hand, Yi Yuan's disadvantage grew even greater. Lin Tianqing did not plan on giving Yi Yuan the chance to catch his breath. After adjusting his breathing, his thunderous fist struck out once more. Just like that, one heavy punch after another, Lin Tianqing's advantage grew even greater. Sigh. Yi Yuan's improvement is quick, but he overestimated himself. I also know that Lin Tianqing. He is, after all, a half-step spirit condensation realm and known as the strongest student in the Earth rank. Yi Yuan wants to challenge him at only 6th level Essence Chi realm? Isn't this just asking for it? In a pavilion, Zhuobugue was complaining. Standing by his side was Long Tang. He was naturally also alerted to such a major event. I think Yi Yuan isn't such a reckless person. He might have some cards to play. Long Tang frowned as he watched the battle far away. However, Zhuobugue did not agree, and he said, "What other cards could he have left? I admit that he's truly a top genius that only appears once every 50 years. He even Serpa. SES you and me, and he actually mastered the 4-layer wave. But even his 4-layer wave can't handle Lin Tianqing. What other moves could he have left? Such a pity. Too bad." Long Tang's brows furrowed even tighter. His view was the same as Zhuobugue. He really could not tell what other resort Yi Yuan possibly had. Regardless whether it was speed or attack, he was completely suppressed. A defeat was set. However, he did not know why, but he just felt that Yi Yuan had other cards he had not yet shown. Chapter 82. Appearing to be weak. Chapter 82. Appearing to be weak. Is that so? Really? You also have the same feeling as me? This Yi Yuan is truly a genius, but he's too short-tempered and impatient. I reckon this has to do with his sudden rise. Zhuobugui's words poured on unceasingly, but Long Tang seemed to pay no heed. The two of them seemed to have formed a tacit agreement. Every time they met, they would chat in such a manner. Perhaps what you said is right. But looking at last time when he underwent the death match with Fei Qingping, this Yi Yuan is somebody who plans first and then takes action. He definitely wouldn't rush to his death so carelessly. Long Tang was still very insistent. Sigh. I say, why are you so stubborn? Why don't we bet on it? I've been salivating over your spirit essence pill for a long time. Zhuobugui still behaved sloppily. A bet? Long Tang looked at Zhuobugui with probing eyes. That's right, a bet. Don't you think that Yi Yuan has some trump card that could save the situation? We'll bet on their victory and defeat. How's that? Zhuobugui met Long Tang's eyes openly without hiding his desire for the spirit essence pill in the slightest. Spirit essence pill was a Tier 2 medicinal pill that the Dan Wu Academy awarded to Long Tang. It could increase the success rate when a spirit condensation realm martial artist was impacting a minor realm's bottleneck by 70%. To the Dan Wu Academy's geniuses, this sort of medicinal pill was undoubtedly a miracle pill for breaking through realms. Geniuses like Long Tang and Zhuobugui already had a much higher chance of breaking through bottlenecks when compared to other people. With the help of the spirit essence pill, breaking through cultivation realms was virtually settled. Even for a major bottleneck from the 3rd level spirit condensation realm to the 4th level, the spirit essence pill also had a 40% effect. One could see just how powerful this medicinal pill was. However, the spirit essence pill was extremely rare even in a place like the Dan Wu Academy. It was seldom awarded to students. It was because Long Tang became rank 1 on the Martial Roll of Honor that the Academy awarded a spirit essence pill. He could never bear to use it and did not think that Zhuobugui had been eyeing this for a long time. Long Tang looked at Zhuobugui and suddenly smiled. Fine. I'll bet with you. But what do you intend to use as a bet? Long Tang used the spirit essence pill as the bet, so Zhuobugui naturally also had to take out something of equivalent value to bet. Zhuobugui was a little surprised by how quickly Long Tang agreed. He even thought that Long Tang would not have agreed, so he purposely used words to spur him on. He did not expect him to really agree. Haha. Since you are so straightforward, I also can't be too stingy. During the previous endless trials, I was fortunate enough to obtain a peak Tier 2 sharp-horned beast's inner core. How's that for a bet? Zhuobugui laughed loudly, giving the feeling like his scheme had worked. Hearing this, Long Tang's face changed color. I didn't think that you had something so good. A peak Tier 2 sharp-horned beast's inner core is naturally enough. A peak Tier 2 sharp-horned beast was equivalent to a peak spirit condensation realm human martial artist, but its combat power was much greater than a human martial artist of the same realm. It was very difficult to hunt and kill this demonic beast if one was not a crystal formation realm martial artist. Sharp-horned beast inner core could be used to refine Tier 2 and above medicinal pill, so it was obviously worth a fortune. Zhuobugui smirked and had a proud look as he said, I didn't think you, Long Tang, would be clever all your life, but stupid this once. Your spirit essence pill will soon be mine. Ah. Just look at Yi Yuan. He probably can't even lift his right arm now, am I right? What does he have? Zhuobugui was talking halfway before abruptly stopping. It was because right at this moment, an unexpected change occurred between Lin Tiancheng and Yi Yuan's fight. Lin Tiancheng clashed with Yi Yuan 7-8 times consecutively. He had absolute upper hand, while Yi Yuan's right hand was almost crippled already. Lin Tiancheng gave a cruel smile and unleashed another thunderous fist. But meanwhile, Yi Yuan could not even lift up his arm. Lin Tiancheng seemed to have seen the scene of a rising genius becoming a cripple under his fist. Yi Yuan appeared to have no moves left, and under the situation where his right arm could no longer move, he lifted his left arm. Yi Yuan's left palm struck out and clashed once more with Lin Tiancheng's thunderous fist. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was definitely dead this time. But under their astonished eyes, Lin Tiancheng's body flew backward for several dozen meters. Pooh! Lin Tiancheng directly spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair, staining his clothes red. 8-layer wave. Just now was that 8-layer wave? How is this possible? He only used a month's time to comprehend the 8-layer wave? Is he still human? This fellow completely doesn't belong in the scope of humans. Simply monstrous. Even if senior apprentice Brother Long were standing in front of him, he would be ashamed of his inferiority. Yi Yuan's 8-layer wave caused an uproar among the surrounding onlookers. Everyone was talking about it. Stacking waves, layered palm, 8-layer wave. That martial technique virtually impossible to comprehend was grasped by Yi Yuan in a month. Who knew what they would think if they knew that Yi Yuan had already comprehended the 8-layer wave back when he killed Fei Qingping? It was not that Yi Yuan wanted to be beaten up, but rather, Lin Tiancheng was really too strong. If Yi Yuan had displayed the 8-layer wave from the start, Lin Tiancheng definitely would not clash with him. The moment Lin Tiancheng was on guard against it, Yi Yuan would not cause much threat to Lin Tiancheng even if he used the 8-layer wave. In the end, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. 16 times the unleashed power of a 6th-level essence Qi realm was indeed enough to kill a 1st-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. But Lin Tiancheng was not yet a dead person. Being hailed as the strongest in the Earth ranking, Lin Tiancheng was not some scrub like Zhang. How could someone hail as the strongest in the Earth ranking within the Dan Wu Academy, where geniuses were like clouds, be a good-for-nothing? Yi Yuan already noticed this when he matched up with Lin Tiancheng. Hence, he had been appearing to be weak so that Lin Tiancheng would lower his guard. Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique was at the acme of perfection, so the difference between left hand and right hand was not much of an issue to him. The power was not inferior to his right hand when he executed the stacking waves layered palm with his left hand. Yi Yuan had mustered up practically all the essence energy in his body for this blow. Lin Tiancheng was caught unprepared, and was severely injured by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could finish off a 1st-level spirit condensation realm martial artist in the illusionary spirit tower when he was at the 4th-level essence Qi realm. Now that he was already at the 6th-level essence Qi realm, one could imagine just how much power was in this palm. Lin Tiancheng was smacked flying backward for several dozen meters before landing heavily on the ground. There was no movement as he lay unconscious. The surroundings were completely silent. Everybody looked at Yi Yuan like they saw a monster. In the pavilion, Long Tang had a rare bout of a hearty laugh. What an 8-layer wave! An excellent tactic of appearing to be weak. Regardless whether it's scheming or strength, Yi Yuan ranks at the top. Such a terrifying opponent. I'm looking forward to you growing up quickly to fight me someday. Zhuobugue opened his mouth and closed it again. Even until now, he dared not believe the scene before him. The contrast of before and after was too large. This was known as the most difficult Tier 1 martial technique in the Dan Wu Academy, the stacking waves layered palm. How could Yi Yuan, that fellow, possibly comprehends the 8-layer wave so quickly? Haha. Looks like you have no chance of getting my spirit essence pill. Long Tang looked at Zhuobugue with a smirk. Yi Yuan did not relax. He knew that this palm was insufficient to kill Lin Tiancheng. He was going to follow up another palm. Arriving in front of Lin Tiancheng with an instant flash, another palm struck out. Boom! A large cavity was blasted out in the ground. It missed Lin Tiancheng. Several meters away, Lin Tiancheng glared at Yi Yuan with venomous eyes. He howled angrily, "Yi Yuan, you forced me Chapter 83, Huge Uproar. Chapter 83, Huge Uproar. Yi Yuan, you forced me. Lin Tiancheng looked at Yi Yuan venomously. Lin Tiancheng's aura suddenly grew stronger, and the surrounding essence energy poured madly towards Lin Tiancheng. When Yi Yuan saw this, his face became very grave. Look quickly. Senior apprentice brother Lin, he's breaking through. He wants to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Senior apprentice brother Lin could have broken through to the spirit condensation realm long ago. He only suppressed his strength at half-step spirit condensation realm for the Earth rank advancement test. Alas, senior apprentice brother Lin is also forced to his wits' end by Yi Yuan. Who would have thought that he could master the 8-layer wave? That's 32 times the power. That's right. Yi Yuan's too strong. He's only at the 6th level essence chi realm, and he could actually force the half-step spirit condensation realm senior apprentice brother Lin to such a state. But it's over. Senior apprentice brother Lin's breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, and Yi Yuan's trump cards are all used up. There's no more chance of victory. The crowd was clearly pessimistic about Yi Yuan. When Lin Tiancheng was at the half-step spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan was already straining. Now that he was breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, what could Yi Yuan use to fight with him? Over 300 meters away, in the pavilion, Zhuobugue patted his chest with a frightened look. Oh my God, scared this little master to death. Tried to steal the chicken, but nearly ended up losing the rice. I almost ended up losing the sharp-horned beast's inner core, which I had a hard time getting. I say, Old Long, now can you hand over your spirit essence pill? Long Tang looked on and also sighed secretly. No matter how Yi Yuan calculated, he probably did not expect Lin Tiancheng breaking through at the last moment. He could only wait now. Even though he did not want to admit it in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan's chances of victory were not high. But what he thought was one thing, what he actually said was another. What are you anxious about? It isn't over yet. You really won't give up until all hope is gone. It's already like this. Yi Yuan doesn't even have 10% chance of victory. What are you still stubbornly holding on for? You already said that he has less than 10% chance of succeeding. As long as the chance isn't 0, then there's hope. Although he was stubborn, Long Tang was somebody like this. It was impossible for him to give up until it was truly hopeless. Zhuobugue was dumbfounded and could only say, Fine. Let's just wait and see. After they finish fighting, won't you still obediently hand over the spirit essence pill? In another pavilion, a youth and a middle-aged man stood with their hands behind their backs. Second uncle, what do you think? The youth opened his mouth and asked the middle-aged man. If this child's not eliminated, he will definitely be a calamity to the Su family. I think so too. I also don't know what happened to him. This month's improvement was simply too terrifying. Regardless of what happened, this child absolutely can't be spared. Just Yi Hang alone is already very troublesome to deal with. If his son were allowed to grow up, the Su family would likely have to exit the medicinal herbs market in the future. The youth was in full agreement. He nodded and asked, Second uncle, over at the disciplinary hall. Don't worry. I've informed the people downstairs long ago to treat this matter as if it didn't exist. We will let Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng fight first. No matter the result, Yi Yuan's definitely dead. Hearing that, the youth let out a sigh of relief. That bunch of old fellows can really remain patient. Second uncle, you didn't make a move, and none of them showed themselves. Looks like they have the same intention as us, sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. Watching the tigers fight? Ha! Just two little cats, that's all. Among these two people, the youth was precisely the Su family's new generation's talent, Su Yishan, while the middle-aged man was Su Yishan's second uncle, Su Yubai. and he was also the Danwu Academy's disciplinary hall's elder. By right, they had received the news long ago. Stopping this fight in time was easy for them. However, no instructor had shown up until now. It was as if everyone had reached a silent agreement to let Lin Tianqing and Yi Yuan finish fighting. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Tianqing coldly, without any intention of interrupting. Instead, he quietly took out a transcendent-grade qi-returning pill and swallowed it. When he returned to the fragrant medicine pavilion a few days ago, Yi Yuan had refined more medicinal pills. With his strength, it was basically effortless to refine Tier 1 medicinal pills. After consuming a transcendent-grade Tier 1 qi-returning pill, Yi Yuan's essence energy instantly recovered to its peak state. This sort of treatment was not something that the average person could enjoy. What did Yi Yuan eat? His essence energy actually recovered in an instant. What rubbish! It's definitely the qi-returning pill. But, can the qi-returning pill recover so much essence energy? Maybe the grade is higher? How high of a grade is needed to let essence energy recover fully? Superior grade? Transcendent grade? Yi Yuan's action of swallowing the medicinal pill attracted the surrounding onlookers' attention. Zhuobugue seemed to have discovered something and said in surprise, "Old Long, look at Yi Yuan's chest. Through the nourishment of essence energy, a martial artist's body would surpass that of the average person." A distance of several hundred meters was not considered far to spirit condensation realm martial artists. Initially, everyone did not notice that Yi Yuan's chest had something extra. But his act of swallowing the medicinal pill drew people's attention to the badge adorned on his chest. Long Tang naturally also caught sight of that badge and involuntarily drew a cold breath. SSS. It's actually a low-rank alchemy master badge. Long Tang, who had always remained calm, became incessantly astonished. And no way. He's only at the 6th level essence qi realm. Is that badge fake? Zhuobugue's thoughts were identical with many others. They thought that the badge was fake. How's that possible? Who would dare forge a badge issued by the Alchemist Association? That would make one the public enemy of all alchemists. They would absolutely die without a burial place. But how could he possibly refine Tier 2 medicinal pills with his 6th level essence qi realm soul strength? I remembered. Several days ago, the Academy organized a group test. Yi Yuan seemed to have joined. He seemed to have entered a closed-door seclusion after returning from the Alchemist Association. That's to say, when he became a low-rank alchemy master, he was still only at the 4th level essence qi realm. Long Tang also jumped in fright at his lysis. If that was indeed the case, then Yi Yuan was seriously too monstrous. This discovery caused a huge uproar among the students, and everybody started debating. Of course, the general consensus was that it was fake. Using a fake Alchemist Association badge, this matter was much more serious than killing someone in the academy. Su Yishan's face became solemn. Second uncle, what's with the badge? Did he really pass the alchemy master test? Siyubai's face also did not look too good. But he nodded and said, if Yi Yuan isn't a fool, then that badge should be real. But this punk can't be spared even more. A 6th level essence qi realm low-rank alchemy master. It isn't that easy if second uncle wants to kill him, right? A dead genius is no longer a genius. Could those old fogies oppose my Su family because I killed a punk who violated the academy's rules? Su Yubai smiled coldly. Second uncle's intentions are. Su Yubai swiped his throat and said icily, wait until they finish fighting. I will directly go there and finish off Yi Yuan. Chapter 84. Breakthrough for you to see. Chapter 84. Breakthrough for you to see. Jiang Yunhe did not publicize the matter of Yi Yuan advancing to low-rank alchemy master. Hence, only Feng Ruoqing and those students forced to swear the Heavenly Tao oath knew that he obtained the Alchemy Master Badge within the academy. Initially, this badge was not indispensable to Yi Yuan. But this was something that Luer used her life to protect, so it naturally became extraordinary to Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan handed Luer over to Feng Ruoqing, he put on the badge seriously in earnest. He had no intention of showing off, but it was currently causing a huge commotion. Yi Yuan and Lin Tianqing faced each other from a distance. After adjusting for a short while, they recovered to their optimal condition. He did not interrupt Lin Tianqing's breakthrough because it was useless. Lin Tianqing had long comprehended the spirit condensation realm and could have crossed this threshold at any time. He had only been suppressing his cultivation realm all along and did not complete the step of compressing essence energy into a liquid state. Even if Yi Yuan launched a surprise attack on Lin Tianqing right now, he also could not stop his breakthrough. So he might as well make use of the time to adjust his condition. Following the dissipation of the essence energy storm, Lin Tianqing's aura suddenly soared, and essence energy spread out wildly. Ha ha! This is the spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan, you asked for this. Now let's see how you'll kill me. After breaking through, Lin Tianqing felt his body bursting with power as if a floodgate had opened up. At this moment, he even felt like he was invincible. Breaking through a major realm was an extremely extraordinary thing no matter who it was. However, Lin Tianqing failed to see any sort of panic on Yi Yuan's face, which made him somewhat disappointed. This is what you relied upon? Do you feel that after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, you got me? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Humph. So what if that's the case? What do you have to fight me now that we are separated by a major realm? You'll definitely die today. Lin Tianqing smiled icily. Immature. Yi Yuan spat out this word coolly. What did you say? Lin Tianqing erupted. Isn't it just breaking through cultivation realm? I will break through for you to see. Listening to what Yi Yuan said, it was like breaking through realms was as simple as eating and sleeping. Lin Tianqing roared with laughter. You've just broken through to the 6th level essence chi realm and haven't even consolidated your cultivation realm, yet you still want to break through cultivation realms? Fine, I will see just how you break through cultivation realms. Then watch closely. After saying that, Yi Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it. It was precisely the 5 elements spirit link pill. Seeing this, Lin Tianqing's face changed, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Initially, he thought nothing of it, but seeing that Yi Yuan actually wanted to use a medicinal pill to break through cultivation realms, he could not help but regret his words earlier. Although Lin Tianqing did not think that there was any medicinal pill that could directly break through realms, he still reacted right away. This was a deathmatch. Lin Tianqing could not be bothered with going back on his words and whatnot. 7-star steps activated in full force as his fist with lightning flashes around it smashed towards Yi Yuan. His actions drew a wave of jeering. Clearly, it was met with everyone's disdain. Just now, he was still talking about wanting to see him break through. But now, he smacked his own mouth and sneak attacked him. Simply shameless to the extreme. Senior apprentice Brother Lin is at the very least a spirit condensation realm martial artist. How could he be so shameless? Sigh. If a person is shameless, they would be invincible. What to do if their skin is thick? Don't talk C.R.A.P. This is a death match. If Yi Yuan was just bluffing, then it's all good. If he can really break through cultivation realms and reach the 7th level essence chi realm, that would be advancing another minor stage. The threat would increase greatly. If he unleashes the 8-layer wave, then, just how horrifying would the power be? You're right. But I still feel that this is too shameless. A living person needs a face like a living tree needs bark. If you can't do it, then don't talk so much. There are so many people looking. I've never heard of any medicinal pill that could directly raise cultivation realms. Don't know if Yi Yuan is putting on a false show of strength. If he's really putting up a bold front, then it's really going to be serious this time. Something's not right. Senior apprentice Brother Lin's martial technique doesn't seem to be the thunderous fist anymore. SSS. It's true. That's the upgraded version of the thunderous fist, the low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, 10-directional lightning movement. The 7-star steps plus the 10-directional lightning movement. Isn't this simply bullying people? The low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, 10-directional lightning movement, was the upgraded version of the thunderous fist that descended from the same origin. It had not been 1 or 2 days since Lin Tianqing cultivated the 10-directional lightning movement. He had long reached the small success stage. Wisconsin HI plus ing to pas S through the illusionary spirit tower with the strength of a half-step spirit condensation realm, Lin Tianqing could only work on his martial technique. Very clearly, a Tier 1 martial technique like the thunderous fist was unable to achieve that effect from the start. Unless it was some sick Tier 1 martial technique like the stacking waves layered palm or the absolute yang finger, the threat to spirit condensation realms was virtually zero. It was just that Lin Tianqing's perception was lacking, and he was ultimately unable to comprehend the great success stage of the 10-directional lightning movement. Hence, he kept failing the Earth rank advancement test. In the past, he used the strength of half-step spirit condensation realm to activate the 10-directional lightning movement, so the power was naturally greatly reduced. Presently, Lin Tianqing was already a genuine first-level spirit condensation realm. Unleash. HI plus ing the 10-directional lightning movement could not be mentioned in the same breath. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. He had read countless people before and knew that a despicable person like Lin Tianqing would not keep his word. So he had long been ready. The stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave, versus the 10-directional lightning movement. One fist and one palm collided once more. Boom. This time around, the commotion was greater than any of the previous time. Huge explosive sounds occurred where the two people clashed. Lin Tianqing and Yi Yuan flew out once again. However, Lin Tianqing only retreated a few steps this time, while Yi Yuan lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Pooh! The moment he fell, Yi Yuan's innards quivered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the suppression of cultivation realm. Unleash. HI plus ing a Tier 2 martial technique using spirit condensation realm had extraordinary power. Even if Yi Yuan had 16 times the unleashed power, he still received heavy injuries. If in the past Lin Tianqing was only a little bit away from passing the Earth rank advancement test, then if he went to Partic 1 P 8 now he would be able to advancement easily. The difference in between was not just an iota. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was just a 6th-level essence Qi realm. The difference between the two people's realms was large to begin with. Now, they were even separated by a major realm. Yi Yuan only vomited a mouthful of blood after the two clashed. This was already D.A.M.N. sick. F***CK. I can't look on anymore. This is too shameless. Yeah. A Tier 2 movement technique coupled with an extremely high attack power Tier 2 lightning attribute martial technique. Yi Yuan's is at such a disadvantage. If the stacking waves layered palm was complete, Yi Yuan might still have a chance to win. Sigh. Such a pity. A genius like Yi Yuan actually fell just like that. I'm dying over here. Is there any effect from the medicinal pill Yi Yuan ate? Quickly breakthrough. Yi Yuan's injury aroused the sympathy of many people. Lin Tianqing's actions just now had already made him completely inhuman. The strong would always be admired by others. Yi Yuan used his 6th-level essence Qi realm cultivation to fight a spirit condensation realm to such an extent. One had to say it was a miracle. After all, spirit condensation realm battling essence chi realm represented absolute suppression. Even if it was Longtang, he could pass through the Earth rank advancement test back when he was at the 9th level essence chi realm. But now he was certainly not the current Lin Tianqing's match. Yet Yi Yuan had subverted this sort of absolute. He won everyone's admiration. Your sister. This Yi Yuan was really bluffing. Gave me a scare. I thought the spirit essence pill that had already landed in my hand had. Up in the pavilion, Zhuobugue was talking halfway when he suddenly stopped. Because Yi Yuan's aura was soaring nonstop currently. Chapter 85. Sentence you to death. Chapter 85. Sentence you to death. Although he coughed up blood, Yi Yuan's aura was steadily rising. With the 8-layer wave to neutralize the impact of the 10-directional lightning movement, Yi Yuan's injuries were actually not that serious. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm swiftly broke through to the 7th level essence chi realm. Reaching the 7th level essence chi realm meant stepping into the final minor stage in the essence chi realm. Yi Yuan's strength would definitely have a huge spike. However, the astonishment that Yi Yuan brought to the crowd had not ceased. After breaking through to the 7th level essence chi realm, Yi Yuan's aura did not weaken. He continued charging to the peak of the 7th level essence chi realm. In one breath, Yi Yuan reached the peak of the 7th level essence chi realm. And then, he easily crossed the threshold of the 8th level essence chi realm. Only then did Yi Yuan's aura gradually stabilize, stopping at the 8th level essence chi realm. Holy C-R-A-P! What medicinal pill did Yi Yuan eat to actually directly break through 2 minor realms? What the F***CK? If one had this sort of medicinal pill, then wouldn't jumping ranks to battle be like playing? Looks like senior apprentice Brother Lin put himself on the spot. Just now, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low, so even if he used the 8-layer wave, he could not threaten him. But now, Yi Yuan's 8-layer wave will be terrifying. Yeah. If they clashed again, the victor would be hard to determine. A 5-element spirit link pill was a medicinal pill that belonged to the divine realm. A mortal country naturally had not heard of it before. This type of medicinal pill was indeed very powerful, but it was not without its drawbacks. After the medicinal effects fade, the martial artist's body will collapse because it could not handle a strength that did not belong to their realm. And the medicinal effects of the 5-element spirit link pill could only be sustained for the period of time it takes to burn 1 stick of incense. Once an incense of time is up, Yi Yuan would no longer have any combat ability, and could only let people carve him up. Hence, Yi Yuan must finish this swiftly now. 8th level essence chi realm. Now, there's a good show to watch. How could there be such a medicinal pill? I've never heard of it before. It's too shameless. My spirit essence pill. My sharp-horned beast inner core. Zhuobugue recovered from his shock and pounded his chest in anguish. Long Tang, on the other hand, was staring as clearly as if gazing at a blazing fire. He frowned and said, "This medicinal pill definitely has a time limit. If Yi Yuan can't finish off Lin Tianqing quickly, then he will really be dead." Zhuobugue exclaimed in surprise, "So that's the case. Like I said, if eating 1 medicinal pill could raise 2 minor realms, then what's the point of cultivating? But even if there's a time limit, this medicinal pill is also very terrifying. It's seriously a necessary medicinal pill for jumping ranks to battle." Long Tang said in agreement, "That's right. 8th level essence chi realm coupled with the 8-layer wave. Yi Yuan truly has the capital to battle with Lin Tianqing now. However, they're at best on par. None of them can do anything to the other. If Yi Yuan doesn't have any other hidden cards, chances of victory aren't great. Doesn't this mean that your spirit essence pill is going to enter my pockets again?" Zhuobugue laughed loudly. Long Tang smiled and kept silent. On the other side, Su family's uncle and nephew were repeatedly shocked by Yi Yuan's actions. These medicinal pills are definitely not refined by Yi Hang. Otherwise, Wan Donghai would have been chased out of the capital long ago. There's definitely an extremely powerful alchemist behind Yi Yuan, Su Yubai said gloomily. Su Yishan's face did not look good either. If that's the case, wouldn't we have to spare the rat to save the dishes? What if? There is no what if. No matter how powerful that alchemist is, can he be stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect? With our Su family's power in the Tranquil Cloud sect, who dares to provoke us? Su Yubai directly cut Su Yishan's off. Second uncle is wise. Since that alchemist let him enter the Dan Wu Academy, he would have nothing to say if Yi Yuan was sentenced to death after violating the Academy's rules. That's the idea. This world has always been run by strength. As long as we are strong enough, then killing him means he's dead. What can he do to us? An alchemist's strength isn't that great, so what can he do even if he's an alchemy king? Do you see it now? Yi Yuan wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a cold smile. Lin Tianqing's face fell, but he remained stubborn as he said, "Humph. It's just a temporary increase in cultivation realm. Flashy but without substance. What's the use? Whether it's flashy without substance or not, wouldn't you know after trying?" Yi Yuan hooked his finger at Lin Tianqing contemptuously. Putting aside the fact that you are a fake 8th level essence Qi realm, what can you do even if you're a real 8th level essence Qi realm? Lightning danced around Lin Tianqing's fist, and his 7-star steps activated once more. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and smacked out with an 8-layer wave again. The aura was much stronger than before. After crossing the 7th level essence Qi realm, Yi Yuan's strength rose another minor stage, and the 8-layer wave's power became extraordinary. One fist and one palm met in an instant. But right then, an abnormality occurred. Just as the two of them were only a few steps away from each other, Yi Yuan suddenly changed his palm into a finger. An absolutely powerful force blasted out from the fingertip. Initially, Lin Tianqing was full of confidence, but now, his expression changed drastically as the scent of death pounced from straight ahead. He could feel the terror of the invisible force from Yi Yuan's fingertip. Even though the area was not large, that small radius of force was incomparably powerful. However, at this time, his speed had already reached the limits, and there was no leeway to maneuver. The distance of a few steps was too short. There was not even time to blink. Lin Tianqing wanted to evade this finger with all his might, but he could not do it with his body's reaction. Yi Yuan had long calculated the time accurately and did not give Lin Tianqing the time to switch move. He aimed to kill, not to spar. How could he possibly give Lin Tianqing the chance to turn things around? Ah! Lin Tianqing's protective essence energy was punched through like paper. The invisible force penetrated Lin Tianqing's fist instantly, but the momentum did not lessen as it directly pierced through his heart. Lin Tianqing's body collapsed weakly on the ground. He was no longer breathing. Absolute Yang Finger. This was Yi Yuan's real killing move. During this period, apart from cultivation, Yi Yuan spent the majority of the time on the Absolute Yang Finger. Now, his Absolute Yang Finger was already cultivated to the Great Success stage. This technique, the Absolute Yang Finger, was a complementary martial technique of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. It did not have a fixed grade. If one had to give it a grade, then it should belong to the boundary of Tier 1 martial technique. It was just that regardless of cultivating difficulty or power, Tier 1 martial techniques could not be compared to it. The power of the Absolute Yang Finger trained to the Great Success stage was already not inferior to low-grade Tier 2 martial technique. Only Yi Yuan could train it to the Great Success stage in such a short time. If it were somebody else, they might not even train it to such a stage even if they were given 10, 20 years. One had to know that Yi Yuan only used 3 days to cultivate the Stacking Wave's layered palm, 8-layer wave. He He really did it. 6th level Essence Chi realm actually killed a 1st level Spirit Condensation realm. What happened just now? The move that senior apprentice Brother Lin was struck by didn't seem to be the 8-layer wave. Yi Yuan is seriously too scary. He can actually cross a major realm to do battle, and even kill his opponent. These students' vision prowesses were insufficient and did not see Yi Yuan changing his final move clearly. However, the result was evident at a glance. Yi Yuan did something they found it hard to imagine. After killing Lin Tianqing, Yi Yuan was also exhausted. He could not even lift his finger. Throughout this entire battle, Yi Yuan held the lower hand all along. His body was already covered with injuries. He even gave it his all for the final blow, which aggravated his injuries. Hoo! Yi Yuan let out a long breath. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle. An aura powerful enough to suffocate people locked onto him. Insolent Yi Yuan! To dare kill your fellow student within the academy. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, I sentence you to death. Chapter 86. Imminent Danger. Chapter 86. Imminent Danger. This cry was too unexpected. Body managed to react in time. By the time everyone reacted to it, a shadow had already flashed past the crowd like lightning, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Being locked on by this aura, Yi Yuan nearly set out from suffocation. This aura was too strong. Ignoring the fact that Yi Yuan was currently completely drained like a lamp without oil, even if he were at his peak condition, it would be impossible to survive this blow. Yi Yuan also did not expect that someone would be so utterly shameless as to ambush him. Could it be that an alchemy emperor of his generation would die so miserably like this? In reality, Yi Yuan had already planned things through. Even if he killed someone, he would at least have to go through the higher echelon's trial before he would be given the death penalty. And during all that was a period for him to turn things around. Which force would not wish to pull him over just based on the alchemic and martial talent that he displayed? However, no matter how much Yi Yuan calculated, he did not expect that such a powerful opponent would be lying in ambush to launch a sneak attack on him right after he killed Lin Tianqing. Yi Yuan acknowledged that his greatest enemy in the academy was Wan Yuan. He had already broken through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm now, so even if he jumped out, he could easily crush him. What disciplinary hall's first elder? Yi Yuan did not even know him. Who would have thought that he would harbor such a huge killing intent towards him, and directly attack to kill? Yi Yuan knew that he was no match for him, and already closed his eyes to await death. Seeing Yi Yuan close his eyes and wait for death, a cruel smile involuntarily flashed across the corner of Su Yubai's mouth. The timing he chose was perfect. Right when everybody was stunned by Yi Yuan's strength, he already unleashed his attack right away, all so that other people would not have the chance to react. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai was already at half-step crystal formation realm. Was it not effortless to capture Yi Yuan, who was already like a lamp without oil? A lion will use all its might when hunting a rabbit. Su Yubai was very clear on this logic, so he used his full power for this blow. He was only a few steps away from Yi Yuan. Many people closed their eyes as if they did not wish to see Yi Yuan's blood splattering everywhere. After all, he was a rising genius. Everyone could already confirm that as long as Yi Yuan was given enough time, he would sooner or later surpass head senior apprentice Brother Long Tang. Now, a genius like that was going to plummet so quickly. Su Yubai was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. But right then, another abnormality occurred. Yi Yuan suddenly felt a strong gale sweep past from behind. By the time he reacted, a shadow had already circled past him. Boom! A violent collision occurred that was many times greater than when Yi Yuan and Lin Tianqing fought. Yi Yuan was also baffled by this sudden change, but this was not the time for him to be dazed. He was closest to the two of them, so the impact he received was obviously the greatest. A Ma's sieve blast swept over. Even though that figure helped him withstand the majority of the attack, the aftershock was still very powerful. No time to do anything else, Yi Yuan swiftly raised his protective SHI+ELD. Pooh! Yi Yuan was sent flying by the shockwave and spat out another mouthful of blood in midair. The full power blow of a half-step crystal formation realm, even with most of the attack being neutralized, was sufficiently powerful to the current Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan fell heavily to the ground and his internal organs SHI+faded places, leaving him in agony. That figure also fell back greatly, only stabilizing himself after backing up more than 20 steps. Grug! That figure also spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that he also suffered internal injuries, but Su Yubai remained still where he stood without moving. One could see just how great his strength was. But currently, Su Yubai was looking at that figure with a very solemn face. Huyen Yong, you actually dare to oppose your superior? Do you think that my disciplinary hall is just for decoration? Su Yubai questioned in a deep voice. Only now did Yi Yuan clearly see that figure. It was actually Teacher Huyen. But why did Teacher Huyen help him? Judging from this blow, Huyen Yong's strength was likely a level lower than Su Yubai's. He undertook a huge risk for this blow. Yi Yuan could not help but become confused. However, he was more touched. Without Huyen Yong throwing himself forward courageously, he would already be a corpse. Huyen Yong spat out the remaining blood in his mouth and he said coldly, "Opposing my superior? Just who is the one going against his superior? Since when can the disciplinary hall execute students without going through the approval of the dean? As the disciplinary hall's first elder, you ambushed a 6th level Essence Chi Realm student. Do you still want face? Humph! Yi Yuan violated the academy's rules and killed his fellow student. Whether the dean is here or not, he's dead. Also, I just learned that before Yi Yuan killed Lin Tiancheng, he already killed the student manager in charge of the medicinal garden, Zhang Heng. Such a vicious homicidal maniac deserves to die." Su Yubai's face did not change as he responded coldly. As expected, when Su Yubai's words came out, it caused a huge commotion. Killing Lin Tiancheng alone was still not so bad. But killing 2 people consecutively in one day made some people unwittingly think that Yi Yuan was indeed a vicious homicidal maniac. No way. Did Yi Yuan's brain develop a problem after his sudden rise in strength, and he becomes a savage and cruel person? I heard that training demonic path cultivation laws allowed one's strength to suddenly soar, but the martial artist would lose his mind. Don't tell me that Yi Yuan really secretly trained in some demonic path cultivation laws? Very likely. He was still 1st level Essence Chi Realm a month ago. 1 month pause. Said, and he's already at the 6th level Essence Chi Realm, and he can even kill a Spirit Condensation Realm. This goes against all logic. I heard that demonic path cultivation laws have incredible power, much stronger than the average martial artist. If that's really the case, then Yi Yuan really deserves to die. Su Yubai's words were very provocative. Initially, there were still many people sympathizing with Yi Yuan. Now, there were already quite a few who felt that Yi Yuan cultivated demonic path cultivation laws and deserved to die. Listening to the crowd debating, Su Yubai chuckled to himself. As long as he was standing on the side of justice, Body could say anything even if he forcefully killed Yi Yuan today. Do you hear that? I currently suspect that Yi Yuan cultivated some demonic path cultivation laws, and I'm going to carry out the execution on the spot. Does anyone else have any objections? Su Yubai had an awe-inspiring righteous appearance. Huyen Yong gave a cold laugh and said, "Regardless of whether Yi Yuan trained in some demonic path cultivation law, it has to wait until the dean returns to decide. Are you trying to challenge the dean's authority by making a unilateral decision?" Huyen Yong was also not someone stupid. Plus, ing a large hat down gave Su Yubai a huge headache. Humph. Everyone has the right to punish those from the demonic and unorthodox path. Yi Yuan has already killed 2 fellow students. Is this not enough for the death penalty yet? Huyen Yong, what intentions do you have for elding someone from the demonic path? Su Yubai had the momentum and was unwilling to spare them. He continued to use words to exert pressure. The way he spoke, Yi Yuan had already been determined to be someone from the demonic path. Huyen Yong naturally would not fall for it. Someone from the demonic path? What right do you have to say that Yi Yuan is someone from the demonic path? You didn't ask why Yi Yuan killed people and indiscriminately pinned labels onto him. You, disciplinary hall's first elder, is truly so awe-inspiring. Humph. You're still stubborn. If he isn't someone from the demonic path, then how do you explain his sudden increase in strength? If he isn't someone from the demonic path, how do you explain his combat power which stands head and shoulders above all others? Everyone has the right to punish those from the demonic path. Huyen Yong, if you don't make way, I will take you down first, and then exterminate this scoundrel. Su Yubai shouted with an imposing aura. Celiphoda_Regius Professor, we just finished a Ma.'s release chapters event. The pill exam event was covered till the end. Feeling satisfied, huh? We are now starting a new arc, but Ma.'s release chapters ended halfway during a battle? How do you feel? Evil smirk, don't worry. It's just 1 to 2 chapters on this, tongue sticking out, then the MC will do something to deal with the incident, smiley face. It's not a cliffhanger, I think. Did I do this on purpose? But I did make sure the Ma.'s release finish the exam arc, tongue sticking out, enjoy the chapter. And it is Saturday our day, so another chapter later. Chapter 87. As if there was no body present. Chapter 87. As if there was no body present. This matter which was originally in the bag was spoiled by Huyen Yong. Su Yubai even had the heart to kill right now. However, Huyen Yong was an instructor of the academy. If he really attacked, then he could forget about being the disciplinary hall's first elder anymore. Furthermore, while it was true that Huyen Yong could not beat him, Su Yubai also could not stop him if he really wanted to run. But he was standing in front of Yi Yuan, making Su Yubai feel that this was a very thorny matter. He must definitely kill Yi Yuan today. This punk's rise was too rapid. This was absolutely a potential threat to the Su family. If Yi Yuan was left unchecked to continue growing, most likely 10 years, no, just 5 years, and he would become another Yi Hang. Just one Yi Hang was enough to give the Su family a headache, and 2 Yi Hangs. Take me down? Fine. Bring it on. I want to see just how you will take me down. Huyen Yong taunted icily. Humph. You really think that I don't dare to touch you? Seeing Huyen Yong's manner like a dead pig which did not care whether the water was boiling, Su Yubai flew into a rage. Huyen Yong had always been Jiang Yunhe's hardcore follower, and was never on good terms with Su Yubai. Normally, the two of them were already at odds. Now, it goes even more without saying. With Su Yubai's strength, it was impossible to capture the peak spirit condensation realm Huyen Yong. Unless he killed him. Huyen Yong was certain that Su Yubai dared not kill fellow students. What a joke. You're the disciplinary hall's first elder. You can touch whoever you want to. Why would you not dare to touch me? But if you want to kill Yi Yuan today, you will have to walk over my dead body. Facing the powerful Su Yubai, Huyen Yong did not yield in the slightest. Good. 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 Everyone saw that. Huyen Yong is elding the demonic SPA, and so he's also my Dan Wu Academy's enemy. Today, I represent the Academy to exterminate fiends and protect the Tao. I'll exterminate these 2 traitors. Su Yubai's fury could be seen from how he said 3 good consecutively. After he finished talking, Su Yubai's released his aura completely, cruise. I plusing everyone until they could not breathe. Just as Su Yubai was about to strike, a beautiful silhouette walked out from the crowd and stood by Huyen Yong. If Elder Su is insistent on making a move, then treat Ruoqing as someone from the demonic path as well, and kill me. Feng Ruoqing said these words nonchalantly, but the weight was sufficiently heavy. Other people might not know Feng Ruoqing's ident. 1. Tai, but how could Su Yubai be unaware of Feng Ruoqing's ident? 1 Tai. Even if Su Yubai had a higher status in the Danwu Academy, he would not dare to touch even a hair of Feng Ruoqing. The imperial family's Nanfeng clan had always been low-key, but families with deep backgrounds knew that the Nanfeng family clan was the #1 great family in the state of Qin and not one of the top. Everybody was astounded by Feng Ruoqing's appearance, including Su Yubai and Huyen Yong. Many of them could not help recalling some of the rumors which spread secretly. Now, it looks like it was not unfounded rumors. At this time, the looks which the students gave Yi Yuan became weird. So, what this Yi Yuan was capable of was neither in martial Dao nor alchemy Dao, but chasing girls. The Feng family aunt and niece had always been lofty Desses in the academy. There had been many pursuers, but N.O. body had honestly ever expected to succeed in chasing them. But Yi Yuan did it. Standing out at this time to oppose the disciplinary hall's first elder, they would not believe that Feng Ruoqing and Yi Yuan had 0 relations even if they were beaten to death. Of course, even more people felt that their Des was defiled, and they wished that they could go up there and give Yi Yuan 2 tight slaps to show their indignity. It was just that it would never be their turn to do the slapping if they did it now. Feng Ruoqing turned around to look at Yi Yuan, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. She quickly hurried over to help him up. Being in the embrace of a beauty was naturally something to be delighted about. But Yi Yuan was currently half dead. How would he have these sort of beautiful thoughts? Except, sniffing the light fragrance coming off of Feng Ruoqing's body made Yi Yuan pull himself together. Feng Ruoqing, on the other hand, frowned and asked, "Are you okay?" Yi Yuan laughed bitterly and said weakly, "Do I look okay to you? Relax, I won't die. It's just that I can't move right now." Lure she. Feng Ruoqing knitted her brows once more. "You're already like this, and you're still concerned about your little maidservant. How's she?" Yi Yuan brushed off Feng Ruoqing's rebuke and continued asking. Feng Ruoqing sighed. "With you helping her suppress the cold she's fine for now. I knew that you were going to cause trouble, so I said her to Jiro, and I came here alone." Hearing Feng Ruoqing said this, Yi Yuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Many thanks. I'll definitely thank you deeply in the future." Feng Ruoqing naturally would not take to heart other people's thanks, because she did not lack anything. But Yi Yuan was different. Just the fact that he could refine transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pills at the 4th level Essence Qi realm made his thanks priceless. "I told you not to mess about, and you just wouldn't listen. 10 years isn't late for a gentleman to take his revenge. What's the rush? Now you nearly threw away your life. Are you satisfied?" Feng Ruoqing did not mention about the thanks but grumbled instead. However, these words did not sound like grumbling, but more like a little wifey's concern. 10 years isn't late? I can't wait even for a second. If I have to wait 10 years for a minor character like him, then what should I do about other people?" Yi Yuan seemed like he was triggered by something to have said this. Feng Ruoqing could not understand the meaning behind Yi Yuan's words. But at this moment, Yi Yuan's eyes were very complex. It was like an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life, and not a 15-year-old youth. What on earth did he go through? How could he have such desolate and dismal eyes? Feng Ruoqing started to wonder about it involuntarily. But Yi Yuan recovered first and said, I have recovery medicinal pills on me. I can't move right now, could you help me take them? No. Feng Ruoqing instinctively wanted to reject, but thinking about Yi Yuan's current condition, she hesitated. Since when had Feng Ruoqing with her priceless body ever touched a man's body? Even if there was clothing in between, no way. Sigh. Forget it. I'll do it myself. SSS. As he was talking, Yi Yuan reached out to touch his chest and hissed in pain the moment he made contact. Feng Ruoqing hurriedly said, all right, I'll do it. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, Feng Ruoqing's beautiful and slender hands slipped inside Yi Yuan's clothes. My G.O.des. Why? Do you want people dead? Don't, Teacher Feng. Quickly let go of that guy. Let me do it. Everybody was screaming in their hearts, but it was all to no avail. Feng Ruoqing rummaged around for a while before plussing out a bottle of medicinal pills. Her face was currently a bright beet red, like she was intoxicated on alcohol. Is it this? Feng Ruoqing asked with a red face. That's it. There are still 5 medicinal pills in the bottle. Take the pale yellow one and pass it to me, Yi Yuan instructed. There was only one pale yellow medicinal pill inside after Feng Ruoqing poured all the pills out. Then, she took the pill and fed it to Yi Yuan. After consuming the medicinal pill, Yi Yuan's face, which was pale like paper, gradually became rosier. All right. Help me up, I want to refine the medicinal effects. You can already move so quickly? Even though Feng Ruoqing knew that Yi Yuan could not be judged by common sense, she was still very shocked. She had never seen before a medicinal pill that had such immediate effect. Yi Yuan nodded his head laboriously and started to refine the medicinal effects. Celiphoda_Regius Professor. This week I picked up Emperor's Gigolo and Gate of God. Caught up to the recent translated chapters. Emperor's Gigolo is quite refres. Hi+ing. It's like I have a mansion in the post-apocalyptic world, but Xuanhuan version. There was one chapter where the MC was telling stories like Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Invest. One tour of the GODS. Chapter 88. Definitely take your head within a year. Chapter 88. Definitely take your head within a year. Only after seeing Yi Yuan's injuries swiftly recovering did Feng Ruoqing felt at ease. She stood up and said to Su Yubai, Elder Su, the disciplinary hall places the greatest emphasis on the word justice. But actions today have failed justice and failed the hearts of the public. Su Yubai was originally very displeased seeing Feng Ruoqing talking intimately with Yi Yuan like nobody else was around. But he was highly fearful of Feng Ruoqing's ident. Tai, which was why he did not make a move. Now that Feng Ruoqing was rebuking him publicly, Su Yubai naturally could not pretend to be mute anymore. Snort. This old man is exterminating fiends and protecting the Tao. How did I fail justice? Teacher Feng is only momentarily hoodwinked by this fiend. That's why you are openly defending him. Why haven't you retreated yet? Otherwise, don't blame me if I accidentally injure Teacher Feng later, Su Yubai snarled. It was also because Su Yubai was filled with trepidation about Feng Ruoqing's status that his words were filled with caution. If somebody else were to do what Feng Ruoqing did just now, he would have definitely turned violent already. However, Feng Ruoqing had no scruples about this. I know all about the sequence of events for this matter. Although Yi Yuan's way of doing things wasn't appropriate, there was indeed a reason for this whole thing. Does Elder Su have selfish motives for wanting to indiscriminately finish him off ruthlessly? Feng Ruoqing's words stirred up everyone's appetite. It had already been many years since anyone dared to kill people publicly in the academy. Just what in the world did Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng do to have forced Yi Yuan to this step? What a joke! Yi Yuan violated the academy's rules and killed 2 people consecutively. This old man suspects that he's someone from the demonic path and moved to strike him down. What selfish motives are there? Suyubai naturally had selfish motives, but he was being persistent. However, Feng Ruoqing continued nonchalantly without changing her expression. Some things become meaningless when it's exposed in front of so many people. When Feng Ruoqing's words came out, Suyubai was startled. He had always believed that Feng Ruoqing was an alchemy idiot and did not care about other things. Who would have thought that her heart was as clear as a bright mirror? This Lass was so astute to actually see through his thoughts. On the surface, the fragrant medicine pavilion and drunken star manor were irreconcilable. But in reality, it was still the Su family who was exchanging blows with the Yi family in the dark. Yi Yuan's rise made Suyubai sense an enormous threat. That was why he directly struck to kill. These things did not seem strange to people involved in the affairs, but it was very hard to connect these things together for people outside the state of affairs. Could it be that the Nanfeng family had long taken precautions against the Su family? This was no auspicious omen. No matter what reason he has, rules are rules. How can violations be tolerated? Suyubai did not wish to hear any reason whatsoever. According to the rules, Yi Yuan should have been taken into custody temporarily after killing people and left to the Dean and the Elders' Council to make the final decision. Isn't Elder Su breaking the rules by directly killing people? I wonder what's the punishment for this in accordance with the Academy's rules? Feng Ruoqing did not give in the slightest. The Danwu Academy's rules were not directed at students only. The Dean and Elders similarly faced many restrictions. Killing people without authorization as the disciplinary hall's first elder, according to the Academy's rules, was the stripping of the first elder's position. Of course, the Dean was the paramount existence in the Danwu Academy. Suyubai was exasperated. This little Lass kept opposing him in every way, and now he was actually reverse checkmated. Looks like it was impossible to kill Yi Yuan now. But his thoughts swirled, and he came up with another plan. Since you say that I'm not acting in accordance with the rules, fine. I'll do things based on the rules right now. Men, escort Yi Yuan to the AAS Assembly Hall behind the mountain. Inform the 2 deputy deans and all the elders to come to the AAS Assembly Hall for a joint hearing. Suyubai suddenly changed his tune out of the blue. Feng Ruoqing frowned and thought to herself that this Suyubai was really hard to deal with. It looks like he was determined to sentence Yi Yuan to death today. She could not reject Suyubai's request. Otherwise, it would really become defending a demonic SPAWN. According to the Academy's rules, the Elders' Council could jointly decide significant matters when the Dean was not around. But in reality, even if Jiang Yunhe was in the Academy, the Elders' Council was the one deciding on the Academy's matters most of the time. Jiang Yunhe rarely showed his face in front of everyone. Under Suyubai's orders, 2 disciplinary hall students wanted to take Yi Yuan into custody and headed for the AAS Assembly Hall behind the mountain. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly snapped open and he said coldly, "I have my own legs to walk with. Get lost." The 2 disciplinary hall's students' strength was beneath even Lin Tianqing's. Even though they knew that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, seeing Yi Yuan's outburst still stopped them in their track in fear. After he said that, Yi Yuan got up. There was no problem with his mobility already. This scene left everyone dumbfounded once again. What kind of recovery medicine could have such immediate effects? Yi Yuan was seriously too lucky to take these unheard-of pills and eating them like candy. He was merely like a cockroach that would not die. Of course, they were unaware that Yi Yuan was once an alchemy emperor. If an alchemy emperor could not eat transcendent-grade pills like candy, then Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor, would really be unworthy of the name. Insolence! You're a sinner right now. Who permitted you to walk on your own? When Suyubai saw that Yi Yuan still dared to be so arrogant, he flew into a rage. Yi Yuan glanced at Suyubai coldly. "I'll remember this, you old fart. I, Yi Yuan, will repay today's grudge 100-fold in the future. I will definitely take your head within a year. When these words came out, the crowd was stunned. A year? Take the head of a half-step crystal formation realm powerhouse? This was a complete fantasy. This Yi Yuan has such killing intent. He hasn't really cultivated some demonic path cultivation laws, right? Bulls. HI+T. Didn't you hear Teacher Feng? There's definitely more than meets the eye about this. Change the scenario. If somebody nearly slapped you to death with one palm, would your killing intent be huge or not? That's true. But I wouldn't dare to spew this sort of nonsense. Taking Elder Su's head within a year? How's that possible? Yeah. Essence Chi Realm is easy to pass. But Spirit Condensation Realm is hard to advance to. You have to expend 10 times the effort each time you advance one minor realm in the Spirit Condensation Realm when compared to the Essence Chi Realm. Even then, you still have to rely on lucky chances to break through. It has already been 2 years since Senior Apprentice Brother Long stepped into the Spirit Condensation Realm, right? He's still stuck at the 3rd level Spirit Condensation Realm till today. Yi Yuan might be a genius, but I don't believe that he will have the strength to kill Elder Su within a year even if you beat me to death. After all, he's only at the 6th level Essence Chi Realm. Although I don't believe it either, then again, it seems like Yi Yuan only spent a month to go from the 1st level Essence Chi Realm to the 6th level Essence Chi Realm. Everyone naturally treated Yi Yuan's proud words like a joke. Advancing realms in the Spirit Condensation Realm was too difficult. The amount of essence energy required to advance a minor realm was extremely horrifying. No matter how much of a genius Yi Yuan was, it was impossible to break through to the peak Spirit Condensation Realm within a year. Furthermore, it would become even more challenging to jump ranks to battle in the Spirit Condensation Realm. Even if Yi Yuan was genius, he had to be at least at the 9th level Spirit Condensation Realm to defeat Suyubai, right? Did he not see the peak Spirit Condensation Realm Huyen Yong vomiting blood after one palm by Suyubai? In other words, the Spirit Condensation Realm and the Essence Chi Realm were 2 entirely different levels. Even Suyubai was stunned, and he immediately erupted. What he was incensed by was not that Yi Yuan said he would take his head, but because he was scolded old fart. Suyubai had exceedingly high status in the academy and had real power. Who would be disrespectful when meeting him? Since when had he been pointed in the nose and scolded old fart? Bastard. You dare to scold me? In his rage, Suyubai wanted to attack. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan did something which made everybody's eyes fall out. With a dive, he fled behind Feng Ruoqing and cried out seemingly innocent, "Teacher Feng, this old fart wants to hit me." Chapter 89. 9 Heavens Road. Chapter 89. 9 Heavens Road. 1 moment ago, Yi Yuan was still exuding awe-inspiring righteous pride and crowed about taking people's head. Yet right now, he was hiding behind a woman. Simply shameless to the extreme. But this move was really useful. No matter how insanely Suyubai's flames of wrath burned, he did not dare to attack Feng Ruoqing. Yi Yuan had long seen through this point. This also made him curious about Feng Ruoqing's ident. One Tai. She was definitely not as simple as an ordinary instructor. However, Yi Yuan scoured his memories, and he could not think of any great family in the state of Qin with the Feng surname. "Teacher Feng, I want to go to the A.S. Assembly Hall on my own. Is there any problem?" Yi Yuan said with a straight face. Feng Ruoqing sighed and nodded lightly. Even though Feng Ruoqing was elegantly beautiful, she was born with the arrogance of the imperial family in her bones. She did not know why, but she just could not refuse this young man in front of her. Having received repeated blows, Suyubai no longer wished to lose face in front of everyone. He snorted coldly and turned around and left. He believed that they would not dare to not go to the assembly hall. After Su Yubai left, Yi Yuan gave Huyen Yong a deep bow. Many thanks to teacher Huyen's life-saving grace. Huyen Yong waved his hands dismissively and said casually, "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, then thank the dean." Before the dean left, he specifically instructed me to not let anything happen to you and to take good care of you. Yi Yuan was dazed and completely baffled by this dean whom he had never met before. "Actually, strictly speaking, you saved yourself." Feng Ruoqing suddenly opened her mouth. "Oh? How so?" "I told the dean all about your performance during the alchemist test. The appreciation of a genius arose in the dean's heart, and that's why he arranged for teacher Huyen to come to protect you," Feng Ruoqing explained. Only now did Yi Yuan came to a realization, but he begged to differ from what Feng Ruoqing said. Saving means saving. This favor that Yi Yuan owed was too great. Yi Yuan was not an ingrate. This favor naturally had to be returned. Teacher Huyen, after Yi Yuan breaks through to the spirit condensation realm, today's grace will definitely be returned. Yi Yuan gave Huyen Yong a promise that sounded like in the indefinite future, but Huyen Yong could naturally sense the sincerity in it. It was just that he was still unaware of how heavy this promise of Yi Yuan's was. Jiang Yunhe only instructed him to protect Yi Yuan well before leaving. He did not know for what reason and thought that Jiang Yunhe had a change of heart. "It's not necessary. I'm not doing this for any repayment. Today's round isn't considered over yet. It looks like Su Yubai still wants you dead." Huyen Yong thought that Yi Yuan was only expressing words of gratitude, and he did not take it to heart. Feng Ruoqing faintly guessed something, but her eyes lit up unwittingly. But she did not expose it. She began to unwittingly look forward to just what level Yi Yuan's alchemy skills would reach after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. "Yi Yuan, I saw how Su Yubai looked like just now. He's confident in settling this matter in stone at the Elders' Council. You had best be cautious. Once the Elders' Council sentences you to immediate execution, we can't go against it either." Feng Ruoqing frowned and said, "The Elders' Council is that powerful? Didn't you say that there was an exception, Teacher Feng? How did that person escape with his life?" "You are talking about Mo Yuntian, right? Although he escaped punishment, it was likewise almost certain death." Huyen Yong interrupted. "Oh? Can Teacher Huyen enlighten me?" However, Huyen Yong shook his head and said, "You can't follow Mo Yuntian's path. Give up. Right now, the only method is to delay time at the Elders' Council and wait for the Dean to return." The more Huyen Yong would not say, the more curious Yi Yuan got. Since Huyen Yong would not say, he might as well ask Feng Ruoqing. Was there something behind it? Feng Ruoqing hesitated for a second, but she still answered. Back then, Mo Yuntian was number 1 on the Academy's Martial Roll of Honor, 4th level spirit condensation realm. When he was admitted, his close friend was unable to keep up with his footstep. At that time, he was only a black rank student. But then, a student manager from the General Affairs Department was unaware of their relations. Hi+P, and he caused endless troubles for Mo Yuntian's close friend. Finally, the guy turned him into a cripple. In his rage, Mo Yuntian murdered that student manager. Hearing that, Yi Yuan snickered coldly. Looks like the General Affairs Department is truly a place where talents gather, and their virtue was inherited. Feng Ruoqing sighed as she continued explaining, "There are too many people in the Danwu Academy. Using students as managers are also something that cannot be helped. Not only do instructors have to teach SES, but we also have to cultivate. If we are bothered by too many miscellaneous stuff, our cultivation would have been bound to be delayed. Hence, the General Affairs had always been a place where the authority was the greatest. Therefore, it was also natural to breed these conceited students." Yi Yuan nodded to show his understanding. Instructors were also martial artists, and they pursued the martial path. They were obviously unwilling to be distracted by these mundane matters. Only by letting those students with insufficient talent manage the rest could the true geniuses have the time to cultivate. This was an acceptable method. Then what happened? Then Mo Yuntian did not wait for the academy to deal with him. Alone, he walked to the Nine Heavens peak at the back of the mountain and stepped onto the Nine Heavens road, which is almost a certain death. But he said through it. However, the Nine Heavens road is absolutely not something that the current you can charge through. Huyen Yong followed up. That's to say, the Elders' Council can't do anything to me once I pass through this Nine Heavens road? Yi Yuan ignored Huyen Yong's words and replied with a question. Theoretically, yes. But you have to know that when Mo Yuntian made it pass south the Nine Heavens road, he was already at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Since the establishment of the Dan Wu Academy, there has been a total of 237 people who attempted the Nine Heavens road. Among them were 194 spirit condensation realm students and 43 essence chi realm students, but only a measly 5 people made it through. In these 10 years, only Mo Yuntian alone made it. Students who failed to make it either died directly on the Nine Heavens road or lost their minds, and became a complete lunatic ever since. But most importantly, none of the 43 Essence Chi Realm students survived. Huyen Yong seemed to have also become jumpy, talking about the Nine Heavens road. Just what is on the Nine Heavens road? Huyen Yong's words seemed to have not changed Yi Yuan's mind. And body knows what's on the Nine Heavens roads. It's because before entering the Nine Heavens road, students must swear a heavenly Tao oath to never reveal any information encountered on the Nine Heavens road, Huyen Yong explained. Like that, huh? Fascinating. Teacher Huyen, just now that old fart is surnamed Su. Is he someone from the Su family? Yi Yuan suddenly inquired. That's right. Su Yubai is the second brother of the Su family's family leader, Su Yulin. So that's the case. No wonder he had such thick killing intent towards me. Since that's the case, then I will go and try out this Nine Heavens road. Huyen Yong was stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Was the long time he spent talking wasted? Seeing Huyen Yong's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, Just think about it, Teacher Huyen. Su Yubai wants me dead. He definitely has a way of making the Elders' Council impose the death penalty on me. Since that's the case, why should I seek my death? I know that Teacher Huyen wishes to drag things out until the Dean is back, but will Su Yubai grant you your wish? Hearing Yi Yuan's lysis, Huyen Yong's expression turned stiff. These few years, the Dean stood aloof above worldly considerations and did not manage most of the Academy's matters, letting Su Yubai fill in the void. The Elders' Council was almost mostly his people already. Just as Yi Yuan said, going to the Elders' Council now was no different from going to be killed. So, the Nine Heavens Road is my only way out. Chapter 90, All for Naught. Chapter 90, All for Naught. Behind the mountain, at the A.S. Assembly Hall, 6 elders were present. Aside from Su Yubai, 2 deputy deans, and 3 more elders, these 6 people plus the Dean Constant I toot the highest authority in the Dan Wu Academy. Of course, the Dean's authority was paramount. He could veto everything in the Academy with one word. Because he represented the Tranquil Cloud sect. Deputy deans and elders, an Earth-rank student was utterly lawless in the Academy and brutally murdered 2 fellow students in broad daylight. Today, I've invited everyone to hold this meeting so that we can discuss how we should deal with this student. Su Yubai was the one who called for everyone, so he obviously had to stir things up. An Earth-rank student dares to be so audacious. What's there to discuss? Just kill him right away. A deputy dean exploded after hearing that. That's right. According to the Academy's rules, killing fellow student is the death penalty. What's the need for this meeting? Another elder echoed in approval. Elder Su, I wonder who is this student? At this moment, the other deputy dean opened his mouth to ask. Suyubai gave him a displeased look. This fellow always does not cooperate. Seriously irritating. There were 2 deputy deans in the Danwu Academy. One martial and one alchemy. The deputy dean who agreed just now was called Zhang Songtao, the deputy dean who specialized in the martial Dao. The one who asked the question was the alchemy Dao's deputy dean, Hu Changxing. Hu Changxing was Jiang Yunhe's diehard follower, and also somebody who did not like power struggles. He was someone who pursued the alchemy Dao with all his heart. Hence, he basically had no presence all these years. Even in the Elders' Council, he virtually abandoned his voting right. He was not deliberately finding fault today. He just instinctively wanted to find out more. After all, students were the precious resources of the Danwu Academy. If they mistakenly killed a genius figure, then the loss outweighed the gain. Although killing fellow students was essentially the death penalty, he still wanted to figure out what was going on. Who knew if the state of Qin's Danwu Academy would have a second Mo Yuntian appear? This student's name is Yi Yuan, a complete lunatic. He already had a bad track record before entering the academy. Some days back, who knows what lucky encounter he had to have his strength suddenly soar. What's unexpected was that he brutally murdered 2 fellow students consecutively today. I suspect that he might have gotten some demonic path cultivation law. That's why he lost his mind and did such a cold-blooded thing. Suyubai avoided the crucial points and dwelled on the trivial, describing Yi Yuan as a homicidal maniac. The majority of the elders already stood on his side. Now, there was even less to talk about. Since that's the case, then there's no need to discuss. After he arrives at the A.S. Assembly Hall, just directly sentence him to death, Zhang Songtao said nonchalantly. As a deputy dean, his words held a certain weight. These few years, Suyubai gifted him countless treasures in secret to pull him over. The 2 are already of the same ilk. As for the other elders, they did not hold as much authority as Suyubai, nor were they as strong as him. Under his coercion and persuasion, they naturally became his Virginia Sal's. Seconded. Such a ruthless lunatic, what's the point of keeping him if we don't kill him? An elder said. I agree as well. Seeing everyone agreed in unanimity to kill Yi Yuan, whether Hu Changxing casts his vote or not obviously did not matter, so he might as well stay mum. Suyubai was secretly pleased when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan, that punk, was simply lawless. Not only did he dare to kill fellow students, he even had the nerve to scold him an old fart. Even without the grudge between the Su and Yi family, he would also sentence him to death today. As for the cause, Suyubai was actually aware of it already. It was indeed Lin Tianqing who provoked matters first and forced Yi Yuan's maidservant until she was seriously injured and on the verge of death. But so what? Yi Yuan was seeking death, so others could not be blamed. Just like that, the few people chorused in unison and determined the life and death of an Earth-rank student without even asking for the reason. Except, they waited a long time, yet Yi Yuan did not arrive. Rather, it was Feng Ruoqing and Huyen Yong who came. What are you 2 doing? Where's Yi Yuan? Don't tell me you 2 helped him to abscond punishment? Feng Ruoqing and Huyen Yong did not even get to speak, and Suyubai already judged them. Huyen Yong looked at Suyubai and smiled coldly as he said, if he tried to escape punishment, wouldn't that fulfill your wish? Relax. Yi Yuan isn't that stupid. Initially, Huyen Yong was still oblivious to the state of affairs. Only after Feng Ruoqing pointed things out, did he become enlightened on the situation. In reality, he also considered helping Yi Yuan to escape, and return to the academy after the dean returns. But was rejected by Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan ran away, the Su family could seize this opportunity to apply pressure and ally with the Wan family to deal with the Yi family. Yi Hang was currently in a seclusion and could not be disturbed. Yi Yuan wanted to take on this matter all by himself. Huyen Yong was wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts and could not wrap his mind around these schemes. However, Feng Ruoqing was born in the imperial family and was inherently sensitive to these things. Since he didn't run, why didn't he come? Don't tell me he still needs this elder to go invite him? Su Yubai asked in a deep voice. Snort. Why should he come here? You probably already embellished the details and fooled the 2 deputy deans as well as the elders, and you sentenced Yi Yuan to death already. Am I right? Don't tell me he should come here and die. Huyen Yong scoffed. Insolence. You dare to question the Elders' Council's authority? Do you not want to be an instructor anymore? Su Yubai flew into a rage. Is it the Elders' Council's authority or your authority? Don't try to confound people's eyes. Huyen Yong did not give in at all and was diametrically opposed to Su Yubai. All right. You two, stop arguing. The main character isn't here. What's the use of quarreling? Huyen, you said that Elder Su embellished the details. Could it be that Yi Yuan did not kill anyone? Hu Chongqing interjected right then. Huyen Yong still had a good favorable impression towards Hu Chongqing, so he naturally would not rebut him. Huyen Yong respectfully saluted with his hands and said, It's true that Yi Yuan killed someone, but there's a reason for it, not because of what demonic path fiend that Su Yubai said. Huyen Yong recounted how Lu'er was nearly raped and about to die, which infuriated Yi Yuan, making Hu Chongqing knitted his brows after hearing it. Was not this incident a similar occurrence of Mo Yuntian's episode back then? Hu Chongqing turned to Su Yubai and said, Elder Su, looks like this General Affairs Department really needs to be properly reorganized. Su Yubai's position was inferior to Hu Chongqing, so he naturally did not dare refute. He replied, Dean Hu is right. Even if Dean Hu did not say anything, I will also clean up the General Affairs Department after this case. But the pressing matter at the moment is still to deal with Yi Yuan's case. Regardless of what reason he had, killing 2 people successively is challenging the Academy's rules. This must not become a precedent. Even if he had a reason for doing things, the speed of his improvement subverts common sense. It's very likely that he's cultivating a demonic path skill. How can we spare such a person like him? That's right. The Dan Wu Academy forbids killing fellow students. The killers were already sentenced to death. Don't tell me we should make an exception for Yi Yuan? What capabilities does he have? My view is still to kill him. Zhang Songtao said. I agree with Dean Zhang's opinion. This must not be encouraged. I agree as well. Seeing the situation, Feng Ruoqing came forward and bowed towards a few people, and then she said, Ruoqing is here not to intercede for Yi Yuan, but to inform the 2 deputy deans and the elders that Yi Yuan is preparing to challenge the 9 Heavens Road 3 days later. So he will not be attending this meeting. What? He wants to challenge the 9 Heavens Road? 6th level Essence Chi Realm, taking on the 9 Heavens Road? Did he think that he could escape the death penalty by doing that? Since he's looking to die, then I will watch just how he dies on the 9 Heavens Road. Su Yubai burst into laughter. Chapter 91. Death Zone? Life Land? Chapter 91. Death Zone? Life Land? The news of Yi Yuan challenging the 9 Heavens Road caused a stir once again in the Academy. Hey, did you hear? Yi Yuan wants to take on the 9 Heavens Road. 9 Heavens Road? Is he mad? He's only at the 6th level Essence Chi Realm. It's certain death. He's originally a madman, defying the Academy's rules, even killing 2 fellow disciples in succession, scolding Elder Su an old fart right to his face, and even threatened to take his head within a year. If he isn't crazy, then what is? But this time around, he has no choice but to be mad. If he doesn't challenge the 9 Heavens Road, then he absolutely can't escape death. That's true. But isn't it still death if he charges into the 9 Heavens Road? At least he can seize the initiative in his hands by tackling the 9 Heavens Road. If he doesn't attempt this, he would be placing himself at the mercy of others. If it were me, I would also choose to challenge the Nine Heavens Road. I reckon that he still possesses a trace of confidence and thinks he can make it through? If he was given more time to reach the spirit condensation realm, I believe that he can definitely charge through it. But what a pity! And body has ever made it through as an essence chi realm. In the Danwu Academy, the Nine Heavens Road was a synonym for death. It had already been a whole 3 years since anybody challenged it. Since the establishment of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, which student who challenged the Nine Heavens Road was not an extraordinary genius. But only a measly 5 of them made it through. And these 5 people were all spirit condensation realm without exception. Even if Yi Yuan already had the combat power equal to a spirit condensation realm now, and body thought highly of him. After all, his real strength was only at the 6th level essence chi realm. And one could not borrow the power of medicinal pills to raise strength while charging through the Nine Heavens Road. That was to say, Yi Yuan must use the strength of a 6th level essence chi realm to take on a death road which made essence chi realms despair. Essence chi realm students who challenged the Nine Heavens Road all died without exception. The survival rate of essence chi realms on the Nine Heavens Road was 0. It was the survival rate and not the sing rate. Hence, Yi Yuan was not challenging it but committing suicide. It seemed like Yi Yuan had been continuously creating miracles after returning from being poisoned. But this time body thinks that he could create another miracle again. Yi Yuan did not bother with the discussion outside. He adjusted his body condition and took care of Lu'er without letting her out of his sight. Ever since Lu'er lost consciousness, she had not woken up. Yi Yuan also did not have any solution for Lu'er's current condition. He could only use his essence energy to suppress the frost poison in her body. Nine absolute meridian was no joke. Once it erupted, it would be like a volcano exploding, sweeping forth with irresistible force. If Yi Yuan were still an alchemy emperor right now, the Nine absolute meridian naturally would not stump him. But his present cultivation was too low. Yi Yuan, Miss Lu'er, could it be that even you don't have any ideas to save her? Seeing the normally adorable and obedient Lu'er end up like this, Feng Ruoqing felt all sorts of emotions. Feng Zhiro by the side was also unexpectedly quiet today, and did not quarrel with Yi Yuan blindly. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "Unless my master was here, otherwise." Sigh. With Lu'er's current condition, I can only help her sustain her life for half a year at best. After half a year, the frost poison will thoroughly erupt, and I won't be able to control it anymore. That Zhang Heng really deserved to die. If it were me, I would definitely have diced him into pieces. Feng Zhiro gnashed her teeth bitterly. Feng Zhiro did not feel the slightest bit of pity towards someone like Zhang Heng. Feng Ruoqing's eyes, on the other hand, lit up. You really have a powerful master. Where is he? Why not invite him here? As long as he comes, not only can he treat Lu'er, even your problems would go away as well. Yi Yuan purposely said that he had a master because he was afraid that Feng Ruoqing and Co would let their imaginations run wild. Feng Ruoqing was extremely intelligent. He was already facing imminent death, and his master did not show up, which unavoidably set off some ideas. In reality, Yi Yuan had long seen through Feng Ruoqing, who wanted to ask but kept holding back her tongue. Which was why he said this. However, where would his powerful master come from? Yi Yuan gave a bitter laugh. Master is truly powerful, but he's somebody who can't sit still. After imparting all his knowledge, he left to travel the world. I also don't know where he is now. Hearing Yi Yuan said this, Feng Ruoqing was greatly disappointed. Somebody who could raise a monster like Yi Yuan must surely be an extremely powerful figure. He might even be an alchemy king or even an alchemy sovereign from the legends. If he was present, how would Su Yubai dare to be unbridled? But the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for essence chi realms. Isn't it equivalent to going to die if you enter the Nine Heavens Road? Even though Feng Ruoqing and Huyen Yong had been convinced by Yi Yuan, they still did not think well of Yi Yuan. It's not just them. Body in the entire Dan Wu Academy had high hopes of Yi Yuan. That's right. Back then when Mo Yuntian entered, it was almost certain death. You're only at the 6th level Essence Qi realm. Why don't you take Lu'er and run? Feng Zhiro also joined in from the side. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, You think Suyubai is a moron? How could he give me the chance to escape? I'm afraid that he already has people stationed at every single route out of the academy. As for my residence, there are definitely many people keeping an eye on it. As long as I step out of this house, all my movements will be within his grasp. Alright, thanks for your concern. I know what I'm doing. Even though it's not 100%, I have at least 30% confidence that I can pass through the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan said confidently. What? You have 30% confidence? Are you joking? The Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Qi realm. You actually say that you have 30% confidence? Are you trying to use these words to dismiss us? Feng Zhiro cried out. Although Feng Ruoqing did not say anything, looking at her expression, she obviously did not buy it either. The Nine Heavens Road was certain death for Essence Qi realms, and Yi Yuan actually said that he had 30% confidence. This could not be regarded as anything but reassuring words. Haha. You can choose not to believe me, but you can't not believe my master. Masters might surpass your imaginations, so you should also have faith in me, Yi Yuan laughed and said. In reality, Yi Yuan's confidence level was way beyond 50%. He was just scared that it would be too insanely startling, which was why he chose to not be explicit. The reason why Yi Yuan dared to challenge the Nine Heavens Road was that he got to understand from Huyen Yong that this Nine Heavens Road was an enormous array formation. It was not going to be easy for a puny little Nine Heavens Road to try and kill him with his attainments in array Dao. If not for Yi Yuan's cultivation being too low, breaking this array would not be much different than playing house with children. Of course, Yi Yuan was not entirely certain as well. Some array formations have incredibly powerful might, which is not something he could withstand at his current cultivation realm. As for the specifics, it would have to wait until entering the Nine Heavens Road before knowing them. Seeing Yi Yuan so self-assured, Feng Ruoqing and Feng Zhiro did not know why either, but they gained more confidence out of nowhere. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really create another miracle again? Chapter 92. I'm inferior to him. Chapter 92. I'm inferior to him. 3 days later, at the foot of the Nine Heavens Peak. Students swarmed so heavily around the area that even water could not flow through. Challenging the Nine Heavens Road was something rarely seen throughout the years. Naturally, they did not wish to miss out on this grand occasion. The entire Dan Wu Academy was virtually a ghost town, as everyone wanted to come and join in the fun. If not for the foreshadowing from earlier events, there might not be such a huge occasion today. A 6th level Essence Qi realm challenging the Nine Heavens Road was just seeking death. What was there to watch? Nonetheless, the incident that Yi Yuan caused earlier gave rise to much debate, and practically everyone knew about it in the academy already. Now, everyone knew that the degree of Yi Yuan's genius had surpassed their imagination. Could he create another miracle? Even though body believed it from the bottom of their heart, there was still this faint trace of anticipation. On another mountain facing the Nine Heavens Peak, there was a pavilion. This was the ideal spot to watch the Nine Heavens Road. Several people sat around a table in the pavilion. They were precisely Suyubai and several elders. Many people were crowding around outside the pavilion. Aside from the academy's instructors, they were mainly genius students on the martial and alchemy rolls of honor. Their status was naturally different from ordinary students. Long Tang, Zwabugue, Suishan, and others shockingly were there too. Hey, old Long, why don't we negotiate a bit? How about you return that sharp-horned beast inner core to me? That matter previously was just a joke, no need to take it seriously, right? Zwabugue pestered Long Tang incessantly, wanting to take back the sharp-horned beast inner core that he lost the previous time. Long Tang did not even look at him and minded his own business as he rested with closed eyes, patiently waiting for Yi Yuan's arrival. I say, why are you so unreasonable? You're already so powerful, what do you need an inner core for? It's better if you return it to me. Old Long, say something. Yi Yuan's here. Long Tang's eyelids quivered, but he quickly recovered his composure. Stop pretending, all right? We don't talk about that, let's talk about Yi Yuan. Do you think he has a chance of making it through? Don't know. Zwabugue was utterly amazed when he heard that. Because Long Tang's reply was, don't know, instead of can't make it. Long Tang actually had such confidence in Yi Yuan? Even though he and Long Tang had conflicting opinions previously, the result proved that Long Tang was right. But this time around, Zwabugue did not think well of Yi Yuan at all. 9 Heavens Road. Even Long Tang did not dare to try it. Although Long Tang thought highly of himself, he was aware that he did not reach that sort of monstrous degree like Mo Yuntian after examining himself. Even Mo Yuntian nearly died before charging through it. How could he make it through? You mean that he might make it? How's that possible? Didn't you say that he couldn't kill Lin Tianqing before? And the result? Oh please. This and that aren't the same things, okay? Even 100 Lin Tianqings together can't make it past the 9 Heavens Road. 100 Lin Tianqings added up is also not as monstrous as Yi Yuan. Zwabugue had no words to retort with because what Long Tang said was true. Zwabugue suddenly discovered that Long Tang, who had always been arrogant, actually had signs of acknowledging his inferiority to Yi Yuan. Long Tang was an existence that all the students looked up to in the academy. He had always overlooked all, including him, Zwabugue. Yet, this existence actually lifted his gaze now, and looked at another student at eye level, even looking up. This was simply inconceivable. Old Long, this isn't like you. Zwabugue suddenly felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit and said earnestly. Long Tang did not react heavily to it and only said coolly, did you forget the phrase that has been said down in the academy? Geniuses were meant to be Serpa, said. Long Tang sucked in deeply and he slowly said, I'm inferior to him. Sigh. Even though I don't want to admit it, but what you said is the truth. Zwabugue also gave a long sigh. However, most likely he doesn't have the chance to Serpa you and me anymore. He can't make it past the 9 Heavens Road. Zwabugue suddenly added. This time around, Long Tang did not retort. Truthfully speaking, he did not have much confidence as well. A survival rate of 0. This number was as difficult to surmount as a Siv mountain. Could Yi Yuan make it across? Humph. This Yi Yuan is putting on airs to actually make so many people wait for him. Su Yubai was a little impatient and grumbled. Yeah. Indeed, a brat who doesn't know the rules. He deserves to be killed. Another elder said in agreement. Looks like he had already become Su Yubai's lackey. Hu Chongxing on the other hand smiled and said, 9 Heavens Road isn't a joke. He naturally has to make meticulous preparations. What's there to prepare? Don't tell me that he, an Essence Chi realm, can make it through? He has to die anyway, yet he's delaying so many people's time. Simply outrageous. That elder was very displeased. It was clear that he was already tired of waiting. When he said this, an body refuted it. Preparations indeed did not hold much meaning for Yi Yuan. The way they saw it, Yi Yuan just chose to end it himself, instead of letting them sentence him to death. But the result was the same. As for whether Yi Yuan could survive, and body had ever believed that. Those students down there have only heard hearsay about the horrors of the Nine Heavens Peak. But these elders and instructors had seen fresh waves of students filling in the gaps as they fell in the Nine Heavens Peak over many years. Even when many of them were still students, the peak talents of their generation had challenged the Nine Heavens Road. But body succeeded. As for the 5 who made it, they are already existences that they could only look up to now. No one doubted that Yi Yuan had the potential to pass through the Nine Heavens Road. But that was just potential. Yi Yuan was only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. He had not even stepped into the last minor stage of the Essence Chi realm, so how could he pass who among those Essence Chi realm students that dared to challenge the Nine Heavens Peak before were not peerless geniuses? And those Essence Chi realm students who went to challenge the Nine Heavens Peak, who among them were not at the 9th level Essence Chi realm or even the peak of the Essence Chi realm? All of them died. Could Yi Yuan make it? The answer was obvious that he could not. Right then, the crowd at the foot of the mountain stirred. Yi Yuan came. Behind Yi Yuan trailed the 2 girls, Feng Ruoqing and Feng Jiro, as well as a black-faced Huyan Yong. Everyone directly ignored Huyan Yong and stared at the Feng family aunt and niece behind Yi Yuan with absolute envy. Who did not want this sort of treatment? With these 2 girls escorting the road, they would even willingly die. Yi Yuan naturally was not pretending to be some big shot coming late on purpose. He had to settle Lu'er down properly. Early morning, Yi Yuan transmitted essence energy once more to help Lu'er suppress the frost poison. After adjusting for some time, he let Feng Ruoqing arrange for someone to take good care of Lu'er before he could set his mind at ease and come to the Nine Heavens Peak. So naturally, he was a little late. Gazing into the distance, a road of green pebbles led straight up past the clouds, all the way to the Nine Heavens Peak. What looked like the road leading to the land of the immortals was actually the forbidden land for martial artists. Such superlative craftsmen. Hi+P. Looks like I can't look down on the experts of this world. This Nine Heavens Road isn't simple. Yi Yuan secretly gave his appraisal. Now that Yi Yuan arrived, the crowd automatically gave a wide berth. In front of the Nine Heavens Road, a stone tablet was erected there. On it wrote a line of words. A martial artist blocked Yi Yuan. Before entering the Nine Heavens Road, swear a heavenly Tao oath according to the stone tablet first. Chapter 93, Strong Gale. Chapter 93. Strong Gale, I swear upon the heavenly Tao, once I step unto the Nine Heavens Road, life and death are left to fate. If I succeed in making it through, I will not reveal any information about the Nine Heavens Road. Otherwise, may heaven strike me dead. Yi Yuan swore once according to the words on the stone tablet, and slightly felt his divine soul quiver. Yi Yuan knew that this was the feeling when one's divine soul signed a pledge with the heavenly Tao. In the future, if he goes against this oath, the heavenly Tao will make heavenly punishment descend, destroying his body and soul. Now, can I enter? The guard stepped aside to allow Yi Yuan pass sage. Yi Yuan turned back to Feng Ruoqing and Co., and he said, "Help me take good care of Lu'er. I'll be back soon." Finest. Hi+ing, Yi Yuan walked past the guard and stepped onto the Nine Heavens Road. Stepping onto the first step, the scenery suddenly transformed. The initially narrow Nine Heavens Road suddenly became a boundless horizon. Yi Yuan turned around. The road he came from already disappeared, and what replaced it was still endless steps. The entire strip of Nine Heavens Road had transformed into another world. A world constant toot of countless green stone steps. Indeed a little interesting. Looks like every man has his edge. Even though the lower realm's martial prowess cannot compare to the divine realm, they still have undergone countless eons of development and derivation. They are many things aren't present in the divine realm. This Nine Heavens Road became an independent world. Looks like the person who set the array already had considerable accomplishments, and this array formation is a unique school of thought. One, it's a different style from the divine realm. Tranquil Cloud sect can't be underestimated. Yi Yuan gasped in admiration. This entire array formation was integrated into a harmonious reality. There were countless illusion arrays and killing arrays mixed into it. Even though its power was inferior to the divine realm's arrays, the complexity of this did not pale in the slightest. No wonder this nine heavens road is so hard to pass through. If these illusion arrays and killing arrays were activated at full power, killing crystal formation realm martial artists would be like chopping vegetables. Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration once more. Well, there's not much hope of breaking the array. My strength now is really too poor. Let me test out this nine heavens roads array formation's power. After he said this, Yi Yuan strode out with a large step. The step forward seemed to have activated the arrays. Countless strong gales howled towards Yi Yuan. These gales were abnormally piercing cold, as if it could annihilate all life on Earth. But this world only had Yi Yuan alone, so naturally, he was the target. The concept of wind? Looks like this nine heavens road was constructed to help students train. Much thought and care had been expended on this. Except, using this sort training method seems a bit too cruel. As Yi Yuan sighed admirably, he moved along with the wind. The strong violent gale was actually unable to cause any harm to Yi Yuan whatsoever. These strong gales were man-made through the creator of the array formations integrating his own understanding of the concept of wind inside it. After sensing the concept of wind amidst the powerful gales, Yi Yuan knew the intention of the creator of this array. He hoped to let students comprehend the concept of wind inside through these gales. However, how many people could comprehend the concept of wind at the essence chi realm or the spirit condensation realm? The way the other students saw it, these powerful gusts existed to hurt people, instead of helping them to understand some profound concept. If it were another student tackling the nine heavens road, this strong gale round would most likely have already exhausted a great deal of essence energy. They were unable to be so at ease like Yi Yuan. They have to activate their essence energy H.I. plus ELDs in order to withstand the power of these gales. Otherwise, these strong gales would be like blades, slicing their body into pieces. Even spirit condensation realm students would have exhausted enormous amounts of essence energy after making it past this round, let alone those of essence chi realms. If essence chi realm students used essence energy protection to withstand this round, they would directly lose 30% to 40%, and this was only the first round. Under this sort of expenditure, if essence chi realms did not die, where could they flee to? In contrast, Yi Yuan did not even use his essence energy for protection. He simply swayed his body along with the wind force, and the gale wind blades floated past his body easily. These gales were just like a giant wind blade technique, cutting wantonly in this SPAC, omnidirectional and with no blind angles. If students did not open their essence energy protection after coming in here, the consequences would be very severe. As to why Yi Yuan did not use essence energy protection, it was because his comprehension towards the concept of wind was way above these gales. The concept of wind in Kampa, as said within these gale winds, to Yi Yuan, was like a toddler learning how to walk. Wanting to hurt him was naturally hardly possible. Not to mention that Yi Yuan's falling flower floating zero sword technique already in Kampa, as said an exceedingly profound concept of wind within. Except, Yi Yuan's essence chi realm cultivation realm was too low and unable to unleash the true might of the concept of wind. That's all. Following the increase of his cultivation, the power of the falling flower floating zero sword would also become increasingly stronger. Although Yi Yuan was only at the essence chi realm currently, it was still more than sufficient to evade the attacks of these gale winds. Yi Yuan could not see the landscape outside, but the people outside could see Yi Yuan's situation. To be more precise, they could not see what was happening inside the illusionary world, but they were able to clearly see what Yi Yuan was doing right now. There were a total of 999 stone steps on the Nine Heavens Road. Right now, Yi Yuan had already walked across more than 20 steps. It was just that from the perspective of a bystander, Yi Yuan's condition did not seem to be too good. What's Yi Yuan doing? He's dangling and swaying about like he's drunk. Don't know. Is he being mesmerized by an illusion world? I think so. Look at him swaying around nonstop. Who tackles the Nine Heavens Road like that? And I heard from some senior apprentice brothers that in the past when those people challenged the Nine Heavens Road, they opened up their essence energy protection right away as if there was something terrifying. But you look at Yi Yuan. He didn't even open anything, but rather, it's like he's drunk. Why is he totally different from how others challenging the Nine Heavens Road? Yeah. According to the senior speculations, the first 333 steps of the Nine Heavens Road might be some external force test which is extremely taxing on essence energy. Those who could walk past 333 steps would be completely fatigued. But why is Yi Yuan's perfectly fine? Could it be that what he encountered was different from the seniors? This Yi Yuan is really a wonder. Whatever he does is different from the rest. It's just that if he does this, would he lose his mind within the first 333 steps? I think there's really that possibility. Look, Yi Yuan seems to have recovered. That person fixed his eyes to take a look, and Yi Yuan was indeed no longer behaving like he was drunk. He continued walking up steadily. One look and onlookers could tell that Yi Yuan should have paused, said through the first barrier. The first round is completed so effortlessly? Huyen Yong stared dazedly at Yi Yuan's figure with a dumbfounded face. As an instructor in the academy, he knew much more things than the rest of the students. These things were summed up using the experience from students' fresh blood. The first 333 steps on the Nine Heavens Road, and every 33 steps was a minor barrier. Although it was unknown what exactly these minor barriers were, regardless of who charged through these minor barriers, it would not be this effortless. What's more, some Essence Chi Realm students were directly annihilated at the first minor barrier. But Yi Yuan managed to pass through it just by swaying around like that the entire way. Chapter 94, Cruce.H.I plus ing all resistance. Chapter 94, Cruce. H.I plus ing all resistance, Nine Heavens Road, 999 step. He only crossed 33 steps by luck, the first minor barrier. Each and every one of them is behaving like he already cleared it. Su Yubai snorted coldly. Evidently, he was very displeased by everyone's astonishment. The way he saw it, Yi Yuan only said the first barrier by luck. Furthermore, Sing the first barrier did not signify anything. Many Essence Chi realms were able to cross it. The true terror of the Nine Heavens Road was in the last 333 steps. Yeah. One look and you can tell that this Yi Yuan is a slippery punk. He probably excels in exploiting gap. Most likely he took advantage of some loophole. That's why it was so easy for him. Another elder chimed in. No matter what you say, the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Chi Realm. That is the truth that body can alter. Looking at the past, the highest record for Essence Chi Realm was at the middle 333 step. Even if Yi Yuan's incredibly heaven-defying, his limit will at most be at the last 333 step. Zhang Songtao also agreed. Unlike the other elders, Yi Yuan's performance gave Huyen Yong and Feng Ruoqing more confidence. The most terrifying aspect of these first 333 steps is the exhaustion of essence energy. Spirit condensation realms are a little better, but it's very difficult for an Essence Chi realm's essence energy to sustain till the end. Even if they are lucky enough to bear through it, the middle 333 steps will only get more terrifying than the front part. In the end, they still die. But Yi Yuan didn't even use essence energy protection in the first round. He basically didn't expend much essence energy at all, Huyen Yong said agitatedly. Yi Yuan can really bring people limitless surprises. Perhaps he might really make it? Feng Ruoqing muttered to herself. TC8. That fellow is smelly and hard. It's better if he's dead. Feng Zhiro recovered her fierce and unreasonable nature. Feng Ruoqing smiled and said, if he dies, you can forget about breaking through to the crystal formation realm in this lifetime. Who cares? Feng Ruoqing remained stubborn, but her eyes kept following Yi Yuan on the steps. The strong gale round did not pose much difficulty to Yi Yuan. The instant he crossed the 33rd step and landed on the 34th step, the scenario suddenly transformed once again, becoming a stretch of fiery sea. The concept of fire. This was a flame road. The scorching flames roasted Yi Yuan until he was about to combust, but a cold smile flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. I wonder what the Spirit Bristle Divine King will feel if he knew that someone was playing with fire in front of his cultivation law. Saying this, Yi Yuan revolved the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art not to activate essence energy protection, but to completely release his aura to let his essence energy erupt out. Then Yi Yuan made his strides and steadily went up. Where he said by, the flames automatically retreated. Playing with the concept of fire in front of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was simply a joke. The Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was the supreme fire attribute cultivation law in the divine realm. It had virtually reached the limits of the concept of fire. Back then, the Spirit Bristle Divine King relied on the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's ultimate technique, 9 suns burning heaven, and became renowned in a single battle. He used the 9 suns burning heaven during that battle, and he directly burnt the numerous divine kings attacking him into nothingness. Since then, body dared to provoke him. Even though Yi Yuan's current power was still shallow, it was still not something that a lower realm mortal flame could compare to. This was like a young, juvenile dragon. No matter how little he was, he would still be the king of all beasts. All lay dormant where he said. Yi Yuan continued forward steadily as the flames around him automatically gave him a wide berth. Just like that, Yi Yuan said through the second round, Flame C, with unbelievable speed. Yi Yuan had to waste around an incense of time to avoid the strong gales in order to the first round. As for this second round, Yi Yuan said it in a blink of an eye. Third round, Arctic world. This was a world of ice and snow, and it was extremely cold. Yet, this sort of cold seemed to be unable to pose any form of threat in front of Yi Yuan's Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Yi Yuan immediately cleared it once again. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan crossed 99 steps. Next was the fourth round, Gravity World. Fifth round, Thick Earth World. Sixth round, Water World. All the way until the 10th world, Yi Yuan came all the way here unimpeded. Yi Yuan's realm was much higher than the creator of these arrays. These barriers were simply unable to cause any great difficulty for him. He did not even expend much essence energy. I wonder who from the Tranquil Cloud sect created these arrays. They actually integrated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These concepts of 5 elements as well as the other 5 types of concepts derived from them. Truly a genius. I wonder what happened to this person afterward. Did he ascend to the divine realm? I've never heard of such an array formations genius before in the divine realm. Could it be that he had long fallen? Yi Yuan was overcome with emotion. The world of martial artists was filled with countless dangers. Aside from the dangers on the road of cultivation, what was even scarier was the human heart. Since ancient times, regardless of whether it was the divine realm or the lower realms, geniuses were as abundant as the hair on an ox. However, only a remarkable handful was able to truly mature. Which of the figures standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm did not tread over countless corpses of geniuses to attain their current position? Even a peerless genius like Qin Yunzi plummeted after being harmed while in the process of maturing, let alone the others. Yi Yuan's speed of clearing the rounds caused a huge uproar in the outside world. He was too fast. From the first step to crossing the first 333 steps, Yi Yuan spent less than 2 hours. This was simply too harrowing. One student rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief, "Do I have something wrong with my eyes? Since when did this 9 heavens road become so easy to pass? Does your brain have holes? Why don't you try it if it is easy to cross? I think you won't even know how you die." But Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence Qi realm. How could he possibly be this fast? I heard that this 9 heavens road is not a place that tests strength solely. What the test placed emphasis on is potential. Looking from that perspective, this Yi Yuan's talent is truly so monstrous that it's inconceivable. But I don't know if he can cross the later 666 steps or not. Maybe he can really cross it? The two exchanged glances. They were both frightened by this thought. 6th level essence Qi realm pus. Sing the 9 heavens road? This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 9 heavens road was a forbidden ground for essence Qi realm martial artists. They did not know why either, but once this thought arose, it was like a seed, buried at the bottom of their hearts. It grew roots and sprouted, and it could no longer be stopped. On the other hand, when Yi Yuan said the first 333 steps, Su Yubai jumped to his feet. He looked at Yi Yuan, who was halfway up the mountain, similarly with incredulity. One could not blame him for being so shocked. Yi Yuan's speed in sing the rounds was too quick. He crushed all resistance along the way without any delay. There were only that few students who said through the 9 heavens road. Their performance was not kept a secret. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai was naturally very clear on that. However, an body among those who challenged the road had Yi Yuan's crossing speed, including those spirit condensation realm students who said. Even the Mo Yuntian, who was BRIMMING with talent, spent an entire day to pass the first 333 steps. But Yi Yuan only took 2 hours. Doesn't that mean that the degree of Yi Yuan's genius was several times, even tens of times, that of Mo Yuntian's? Su Yubai did not dare, nor was he willing to believe this thought. Chapter 95. Long Tang's Transformation. Chapter 95. Long Tang's Transformation. I really don't know what to say about this Yi Yuan. Other people are filled with fear and trepidation before challenging the 9 heavens road, and he cleared it so effortlessly. Is there nothing that can stump him? Zwabugue looked at Yi Yuan halfway up the mountain, and was likewise completely stunned. The shocks that Yi Yuan brought him these few days was simply too many. Jumping ranks and killing Fei Qingping. Consecutively breaking through 5 realms within a month. Becoming an alchemy master with a 4th level essence Qi realm cultivation. Leaping across a major realm to kill Lin Tianqing. Each one of these matters, when placed on a single individual, was an impossible task. But Yi Yuan did them all. Now, was Yi Yuan going to clear the 9 heavens road, which no essence Qi realm had ever said through before? This was also simply inconceivable. Even if he could not clear it, just based on his speed in the first 333 steps, it was sufficient to look down on all genius students. Yeah. There's really nothing that he can't do, and nothing that he doesn't dare to do. Compared to him, we're all self-boasting geniuses. Such a joke. A deep shock was also plastered all over Long Tang's face. Old Long, I've never denied that I'm a genius. At least that's the case within the territory of the state of Qin. However, the degree of Yi Yuan's genius has already vastly exceeded the domain of genius. Zwabugue sighed in admiration. All this while, Only Long Tang could steadily suppress Zhuobugui's arrogance. But now, his arrogance was shattered by Yi Yuan's performance. The dazed look in Long Tang's gaze vanished, and what replaced it was incomparable determination. He shook his head and said, "I'm not talking about his talent, but his heart of a powerhouse. Compared to Yi Yuan, what we lack the most is still the heart of a powerhouse." What a joke. I, Long Tang, have always prided myself on being able to look down on all experts. But in reality, I'm just a coward. Yi Yuan, thank you. Zhuobugui was somewhat confounded by Long Tang's words. However, he could clearly sense some sort of transformation taking place in Long Tang's body. Like the feeling of enlightenment. What are you talking about, old Long? Heart of a powerhouse? Even though we aren't as monstrous as Yi Yuan, our desire to become strong has never changed all this while, right? Zhuobugui asked in puzzlement. Long Tang did not look at Zhuobugui, but stared at Yi Yuan, who was halfway up, and gave a confusing answer. Powerhouse? A true powerhouse is not about how strong his strength is but how powerful his inner heart is. Zhuobugui, after this matter is settled, I'll also challenge the Nine Heavens Road. What? You want to challenge the Nine Heavens Road? Are you tired of living? Zhuobugui jumped in fright as he exclaimed. However, Long Tang just smiled lightly as if he had seen past life and death. If I can't even pass through a tiny Nine Heavens Road in the state of Qin, how can I talk about becoming a powerhouse? What qualifications would I have to look down upon this endless world and ascend to the divine realm? This place Yi Yuan reincarnated in was called the Endless World. Endless World was named after the endless forest, because it was truly endless and limitless, separating the endless world into the north and south domain. Mad. Completely mad. No matter how powerful you are, old Long, are you more powerful than Mo Yuntian? You will die if you attempt the Nine Heavens Road. What will you have to look down on the endless world if you lose your life? Zhuobugui was ruffled. Yi Yuan was a madman, and now, even the rank 1 on the martial roll of honor, Long Tang, also went crazy along with him. Just what was happening to this world? Long Tang, on the other hand, was unmoved. Incomparable resolve could be seen in his eyes. Why should martial artists regret death? How can one talk about becoming a powerhouse without the realization of going to die? Long Tang said casually. But even when martial artists die, they have to die with significance. What's the point if you challenge the Nine Heavens Road just to die? Zhuobugui was still unable to figure it out. The way he saw it, the Nine Heavens Road was just a large-scale array. Dying inside the array was something utterly meaningless. What kind of death holds meaning? Only now do I understand that victory and defeat lie in one thought. Strong and weak also lies in a single thought. Zhuobugui, you and I are ultimately not from the same world. Long Tang finally looked at Zhuobugui. The expression in his eyes was something which he had never seen before. Zhuobugui was rank 2 on the martial roll. Apart from Long Tang, he was invincible in the academy. Even Feng Zhiro could not defeat him. Even when facing Long Tang, the disparity with Zhuobugui was actually not that large. But now, Long Tang actually said that they were not from the same world? How could Zhuobugui feel comfortable? What you meant is that you and Yi Yuan are people from the same world. Aren't your words too conceited, old Long? Zhuobugui kept away that trademark cynical smile and said somewhat unhappily. However, Long Tang shook his head and said, Yi Yuan, I'm afraid I have no opportunity to catch up to him in this lifetime. He and I are also from entirely different worlds. After saying that, Long Tang kept silent and simply watched Yi Yuan halfway up patiently. Zhuobugui also fell silent and started to muse. He felt that some sort of transformation had taken place in Long Tang's body. It was just that he could not understand what this transformation was even after cracking his head open trying to figure it out. Except, Could this transformation separate both of them into two different worlds? How was that possible? Just because Long Tang was going to challenge the Nine Heavens Road? Why don't I also try taking on the Nine Heavens Road? Zhuobuguo swiftly rejected this idea. He was indeed strong, but he did not even have 10% confidence for him to challenge the Nine Heavens Road successfully. It was indeed almost certain death. Although Long Tang was stronger than him, he was not that much stronger. That was to say, even if he went, it would be virtually certain death. Just what did this fellow come to realize? Such a low survival rate and he still dared to try it? Wasn't this courting death? Yes. Long Tang had truly been enlightened. He saw what was called the heart of a powerhouse from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's chances were actually not that great when he challenged Lin Tianqing. But he went to do it. Yi Yuan's chances were even much lower than imagined when he went to take on the Nine Heavens Road. But he did it anyway. Even though he clearly understood that killing fellow disciples would result in the death penalty, Yi Yuan still did it without looking back. Even though he was clear that the Nine Heavens Road was certain death, he still did it without hesitation. Breaking the rules, challenging oneself, and surpassing oneself. This was the heart of a powerhouse. For a martial artist to cultivate was originally already going against the heavens. Without the consciousness of death, how could one sense the unparalleled heavenly Tao and reach the paramount deity realm? Why should we rejoice over life, and why should we be bitter about death? The road of a powerhouse was filled densely with thorns. Even if one did not go and challenge the Nine Heavens Road, there might still be an 8 Heavens Road, 10 Heavens Road. A person could hide for a moment, but could he hide for a lifetime? Only by braving forward could one trample all these ups and downs underfoot. Only by continually surpassing oneself could there be a possibility to truly look down on all life under the heavens. Pursuing good fortune and avoiding disasters were the primal instinct of men. But if martial artists did not sever these instincts, how could they talk about being an expert? Long Tang could see from Zhuobuguo's eyes that he simply did not dare to give birth to the thought of challenging the Nine Heavens Road. Hence, he said that they were not from the same world. Long Tang was destined to walk out of the state of Qin, a person who would walk unparalleled throughout the entire endless world. But Zhuobuguo was only an expert in the state of Qin. Even if he forced himself to the limits, he would only be an expert in the tranquil cloud sect. Chapter 96. Illusionary Realm. Chapter 96. Illusionary Realm. Everybody was focused on Yi Yuan, so naturally, no one noticed the transformation which suddenly took place in Long Tang's body. Except for Zhuobuguo. But even Zhuobuguo could not imagine just what kind of change Long Tang's transformation brought him. It was until many years later, Zhuobuguo then heard that Long Tang's martial prowess broke the void, and he ascended to the divine realm with the status of the strongest expert in the endless world. At that time, he finally understood what these words meant back during the days of the state of Qin. Of course, this was all later on in the future. Just as Long Tang was conversing with Zhuobuguo, another commotion sprung out from the crowd again. Quickly look. Yi Yuan stopped advancing. Yeah. He stopped at the 338th step. It's only been 5 steps. He scared me to death. I thought that he would continue forth with an indomitable force. Are you dumb? This is the Nine Heavens Road, hailed as the death zone for all Essence Qi realms. How could he possibly continue forth without any resistance? The true difficulty of the Nine Heavens Road starts from the middle 333 steps stage. The vast majority of those Essence Qi realms who came to challenge the Nine Heavens Road fell at this juncture. How could Yi Yuan possibly fall to the first stage with how monstrous he is? So that's the case. His crossing speed just now was too frightening. It quickly swept me up. Then do you think Yi Yuan can make it through? Absolutely not. If Yi Yuan were at half-step spirit condensation realm, I would feel that he might make it through. but he's only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. The scariest part of the 9 Heavens Road is still the final 333 steps. Just as Yi Yuan landed on the 5th step of the 2nd stage on the 9 Heavens Road, his fierce momentum finally halted. This action naturally drew everyone's attention. The crowd started clamoring. The people who were initially stunned by Yi Yuan's advancing momentum suddenly came to a realization at this moment. This was the death zone for all Essence Chi realms, 9 Heavens Road. How could it be possible to pass through it smoothly without problems? When Su Yubai saw this scene, his initial shock turned into wild ecstasy. I've long said that he can't possibly pass through. A tiny little 6th level Essence Chi realm dares to tackle the 9 Heavens Road? Conceited. Seeking his own destruction. Even though he was filled with wild joy, Su Yubai obviously would not be stupid enough to show it on his face. However, he did not hold back his words at all. Everybody knew that he wanted to eliminate Yi Yuan anyway, so he naturally had no need to pretend to be some hypocritical good person. What Elder Su said is right. This Yi Yuan would rather challenge the 9 Heavens Road than come to the elders' meeting. This is slighting us all. Such an impertinent brat. The way I see it, there's nothing to regret over his death. An elder echoed. Elder Lin's words are unreasonable. Challenging the 9 Heavens Road is the right of every student. Once you pass south the 9 Heavens Road, you would enjoy the special privilege of the High Sect's core disciple. This was set by the High Sect. No matter how powerful the Elders' Council is, it's not greater than the High Sect's rules, right? Hu Chongqing raised his eyelids and said coolly. Like everybody else, Hu Chongqing was also astonished by Yi Yuan's performance. It was just that he did not show it. He kept both eyes lightly closed like an old monk in meditation. However, Hu Chongqing's talent-loving heart was stirred, and he felt great pity for Yi Yuan. Such a genius might be able to pass the Heaven Rank Advancement test in the future and become the Tranquil Cloud Sect's inner disciple. He might even yield brilliant results in the 10 Nations Grand Compet. 1. Tian and be chosen as a core disciple of the Tranquil Cloud Sect. But now Yi Yuan was going to fall on the 9 Heavens Road. How could that not make people sigh regretfully? And what caused this sort of tragedy to happen was precisely these few so-called elders in front of his eyes who were playing politics. How could this not make him displeased? Hence, Hu Chongqing, who was always a nice person, finally blew his top. Yes. Even with Yi Yuan's spectacular performance, Hu Chongqing did not think that Yi Yuan could pass through the 9 Heavens Road. As the deputy dean, he naturally understood much more than the student. The further one went along the 9 Heavens Road, the more challenging it became. Especially at the last 333 steps, the difficulty basically reached an extreme level. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to pass it with his current realm. Hu Chongqing's words left that elder who was surnamed Lin dumbfounded. What could he say? That he was bigger than the Tranquil Cloud Sect? Was that not seeking death? Presently, Yi Yuan was already on an illusionary trip. He was currently in the Pill Refinement Room at the Divine Realms Medicine King's Hall. A pill refinement room so vast that it could be a training room for martial arts, tens of times greater than Feng Ruoqing's refinement room. It could be called extravagant. Yi Yuan would treat other aspects of himself shabbily with the sole exception of this pill refinement room and things related to it. No matter what, he would not treat himself badly or underperform on this aspect. Because the Alchemy God realm was his lifelong goal. Limitless Cauldron, one of the best pill cauldrons in the Divine Realm. It was formerly Yi Yuan's greatest love. Apart from that, various pill refining tools and herbal ingredients were all here. Everything here was so familiar. Yi Yuan spent over 300 years in this pill refinement room. To Yi Yuan, he was even more familiar with this refinement room than his bedchamber. There were no mirrors in his pill refinement room, but Yi Yuan knew that he definitely recovered his previous life's appearance. Appearance is born from the heart. This illusionary realm is seriously realistic. It can actually completely dig out the things buried within my heart so thoroughly. Even though I know it's an illusionary realm, I still don't wish to wake up. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. After Yi Yuan entered the Nine Heavens Road's second stage, he suddenly felt his head was incomparably heavy. After a bout of dizziness, he appeared in his former refinement room. Yi Yuan already confirmed that he entered an illusionary realm nearly straightaway. Illusionary realms might look completely harmless, but it was extremely dangerous. Those students who went insane after challenging the Nine Heavens Road basically lost themselves after failing this second stage. The average person who ventured deep into an illusionary world would often unable to extricate themselves out from it. They would be swept inside instantly and finally lose themselves inside it. Only someone with a firm heart could free themselves from the illusion world and return to reality. However, this process was tremendously arduous. Even Mo Yuntian, who was so powerful back then, spent several days before he could awaken. To talk about a firm heart, the previous life's Qin Yunzi was not that powerful either. However, he had changed dramatically today and became countless times more mature than the previous life's Qin Yunzi in terms of mentality. In addition, his heart for vengeance was incomparably firm. How could ordinary illusionary worlds mesmerize him? Without talking about how Yi Yuan himself was a great array master, even if his strength today was lacking and unable to break the array, it was still insanely difficult for illusion arrays to make him fall for them. No matter how powerful this Nine Heavens Road was, it was nothing but an array formation from the lower realms. It was still considered as nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. This was also his greatest reliance to dare to tackle the Nine Heavens Road. Except, seeing through the illusion world did not mean being able to break the illusion world, and it also did not mean willingness to break the illusion world. This Nine Heavens Road was extremely remarkable to directly look at the human heart. Even somebody like Yi Yuan was unwilling to leave, just like that, after seeing this place filled with cherished memories. These things had accompanied Yi Yuan for 300 years. Every blade of grass and every tree was filled with feelings. With a casual wave, the limitless cauldron turned into a remarkably small and exquisite pill cauldron in Yi Yuan's hand. The feeling when his fingers came into contact with the limitless cauldron was exactly the same as back then. Of course it would be exactly the same, because this illusionary realm was birthed from his inner thoughts. If time could rewind, how great would that be? Yi Yuan was overcome with emotion. Chapter 97, Heart Realm. Chapter 97, Heart Realm. Dong dong dong. Just as Yi Yuan was lost in his emotions, a knocking sound came from outside the door. "Are you in there, Yun'er?" That familiar yet foreign voice sounded out from outside the door. Yi Yuan could never forget this voice even if he turned to ashes. Because it was the voice belonging to his father, Ji Xingyang. Xingyang Zi and Qinyun Zi were only doughty Tlees that the outside world dedicated to them. Qinyun Zi and his father were originally surnamed Ji. In the divine realm, any alchemist who reached the realm of alchemy emperor would be addressed respectfully with Zi. Directly calling an alchemy emperor with his name was a great disrespect and could very well anger the alchemy emperor. And the vastness of an alchemy emperor's network was unimaginable to the average person. Even though he was clearly aware that he was currently inside an illusionary realm, Yi Yuan still shuddered uncontrollably. Casually firing out a spell, the door to the pill refinement room automatically opened, revealing Ji Xingyang's figure. Seeing this familiar figure once again, Yi Yuan's eyes immediately became moist. Ji Xingyang entered with a faint smile. When he saw Yi Yuan's wet eyes, he could not help but be surprised. "Why is your face covered in tears, Yun'er?" Yi Yuan, who had transformed into Ji Qinyun, was fully aware that this was inside an illusionary realm, but he still could not resist explaining. Father, when Yunur was preparing the herbs just now, I used the melancholy gathering GRAS and accidentally got the fumes in my eyes. That's why I'm like this. Melancholy gathering GRAS was a 9th-rank herb with extremely powerful stimulating effects. Even with Ji Qingyun's status as an alchemy emperor, if he got the fumes in his eyes, he would also cry non-stop. Yi Yuan did not know why he would inexplicably come up with a white lie even though he knew perfectly well that the Ji Xingyang in front of his eyes did not exist. As expected, Ji Xingyang laughed when he heard it. Yunur is overly careless. Even Father dares not to overlook this melancholy gathering GRAS. How could you be so careless? Yi Yuan quietly received this teaching. Father is right. Yunur will be more careful next time. Ji Xingyang let out a sigh and said, "Oh Yunur. Father knows that you are infatuated with the alchemy Tao, but there isn't only the alchemy Tao in this world. Cooping yourself up in a pill refinement room all the time will do you no good." Yi Yuan once again replied respectfully, "Don't worry, Father. Yunur knows when to stop." Ji Xingyang shook his head and said, "You, oh you. What do you want me to say about you? The alchemy Tao is boundless and everlasting. Even if we pour our entire lives into it, it would be hard to even glimpse a 10,000th of it. Even if you really stepped into the deity realm in the future and become an alchemy God, it is but another beginning. When alive, one has to take note of many other things. You will see that the vastness of this world far exceeds your imagination when you step outside of the pill refinement room. You should learn more from your senior apprentice brother about this point." Yi Yuan's face changed upon mentioning his senior apprentice brother. The killing intent in his heart unconsciously welled up but was quickly pressed down. The current Yi Yuan could not be compared to the past. If he did not even have this bit of shrewdness, how could he talk about revenge? One had to know that what he was worse off than his senior apprentice brother was not limited to cultivation realm, but instead, he fell behind in all aspects. And wasn't this illusionary realm an excellent place for Yi Yuan to temper his heart realm? Although he knew that this illusion array was automatically activated, and body knew what was happening inside, Yi Yuan still did not wish to expose these things that were buried in the innermost part of his heart. Firstly, it was to temper his heart realm. Secondly, it was to prepare for all contingencies. After all, his origin was simply overly startling. If it was leaked, it might be hard to not arouse some big trouble. And Yi Yuan's current strength was far from being able to protect himself. However, Ji Xingyang apparently seemed to have discovered Yi Yuan's flash of killing intent and was very puzzled. "What's wrong? You had a conflict with your senior apprentice brother?" Yi Yuan smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Father. It's just a small spat. It will be fine after this period of time." Ji Xingyang then smiled and said, "So that's the case. Then it's fine. A peaceful family will prosper. Small fights and arguments are fine, but if you two brothers turn on each other, this Medicine King Hall will decline sooner or later." Yi Yuan secretly sighed. This was more than just turning on each other. This scoundrel killed the master who imparted to him all his abilities and raised him for several hundred years. He even murdered his master's only son. Such an unfilial son could not be tolerated by heaven and earth. Ji Kanglin, when I return to the divine realm someday, I will definitely grind your bones to dust. I will. I wonder why Father came to look for this child? Although the killing intent in his heart was billowing to the skies, Yi Yuan did not let out the slightest bit. Yi Yuan knew that he seemed to have broken through in terms of his heart realm. After hearing that, Ji Xingyang smacked his own head and smiled wryly. "You see, I'm already old and muddle-headed. I forgot about the proper business after talking to you. Father has refined a half-step divine pill and was about to convene a pill appreciation grand assembly. When visitors from all around come to congratulate a few days later, you and your senior apprentice brother shall arrange all the matters. Don't treat the guests discourteously. Hearing this, Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. Just now, he was immersed in past events and completely did not think about what time the illusionary realm brought him to. Only now that Ji Xingyang mentioned it did Yi Yuan suddenly awakened. This so-called pill appreciation Grand As Assembly was precisely when Ji Kanglin revealed his fangs. What pill appreciation Grand As Assembly was this? This was simply a father and brother killing Grand As Assembly. The so-called visitors from all around were also single-handedly arranged by Ji Kanglin. He really did not know how Ji Kanglin operated over these few years to suddenly bring over dozens of divine kings. With the inside colluding with the outside, they swiftly brought down the Medicine King Hall. The Medicine King Hall was also a top-tier power in the divine realm. Just the divine kings under Xingyang Zi's command numbered over a dozen. But Ji Kanglin had handled everything for several hundred years, causing the Medicine King Hall to fall apart immediately. Ji Qinyun was oblivious to the outside world, so he was hoodwinked by everything that happened. Even after he reincarnated today, he still could not understand just how Ji Kanglin did all those things under the eyes of the father-son pair. When he closed his eyes to await death, he was seized with remorse over his usual indifference. But it was already too late for regrets. Ji Xingyang was dead and his Tao dissipated. Hence, the purpose of Yi Yuan's existence in this life was to do two things. The first thing was to personally kill Ji Kanglin and avenge this immense hatred. The second was to figure out just what force was supporting Ji Kanglin from behind. Yi Yuan believed that Ji Kanglin would undoubtedly be unable to do this alone. Wisconsin HI+ing to overturn a colossal bring such as the Medicine King Hall? The force behind Ji Kanglin must surely be powerful to the point it terrifies people at the sight of it. But so what? If he could not take revenge for father, then what was the point of him, Ji Qinyun, reincarnating? He, Ji Qinyun, lived his life proudly. How could he possibly lead this sort of IGNO life? Even if taking revenge was harder than reaching the heavens, Ji Qinyun would still try reaching this heaven. Wasn't it just practicing martial arts? Since Ji Qinyun was able to be hailed as the alchemist closest to alchemy God during his previous life, he could become the martial artist most likely to step into the deity realm in this life. How could a tiny little 9 heavens road thwart me, Ji Qinyun, on my heaven-trampling journey? Don't worry, father. It's only a small matter between senior apprentice brother and me. This child will definitely work together with senior apprentice brother and manage the matter of welcoming guests properly, Yi Yuan smiled and said. Even as surging waves billowed in his heart, Yi Yuan obstinately did not reveal the slightest bit. Yi Yuan did not permit even the slightest flaw in his heart realm. The more one was facing a powerful enemy, the more one had to maintain the steadiness of their heart state. When experts exchange blows, what was fought was not only strength but also the strength of the heart. Ha ha! Then I can rest at ease, Ji Xingyang laughed heartily and said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Chapter 98. Heart like still water. Chapter 98. Heart like still water. There was complete silence at the foot of the 9 heavens peak. Yi Yuan had already stood at the 5th step for 4 hours, while he only used a total of 2 hours to clear the first 333 steps. The students looked at that figure halfway up the mountain. From the initial shock to excitement, then to dejection, and all the way until the current size of regret and pity. The fever fell from the highest point down to the freezing point. Yi Yuan's Rus. HI+ing style involuntarily gave everyone a feeling of a strong beginning but a weak ending. The first stage was too quick, but the second stage was a failure right at the start. The difference between before and after was too great. At this point, body thought that Yi Yuan could make it anymore. Their confidence gradually faded along with the passing of time. Standing for 4 hours on one step, there were still 328 steps behind. How would he pass? playing tricks. He must have used some trickery to gain advantage previously. That's why it went so smoothly. Suyubai snorted coldly. Based on past experiences, the second stage of the Nine Heavens Road could very well be an eternal illusionary realm. And the derivative of this illusionary realm would become increasingly terrifying along with the increase in step. Finally, it would leave people unable to extricate themselves. Yi Yuan already sunk in so deeply at the fifth step, I'm afraid it's hopeless to save the situation. Zhang Songtao also made a rare remark at this time. Hu Changxing looked at Yi Yuan with a grave expression. How could he not know what Zhang Songtao said? After so many years of fumbling about, even though the specific situations inside the Nine Heavens Road could not be confirmed, they were still able to conjecture many things according to the student's performance. Without a doubt, this second stage's content was the easiest to confirm, because almost all the students who survived this round became insane. Clearly, they lost their minds inside the illusionary realm. And in this second stage, the earlier one fell for the illusionary realm, the more dangerous it became. This illusionary realm was able to continuously develop as it derived non-stop. The further it went, the more realistic it became, and the more they would not be able to extricate themselves. Basically, those who got trapped so early like Yi Yuan had virtually no possibility of escaping the illusionary realm. A pity. A pinnacle genius who could have been extraordinarily splendors actually plummeted here. Yi Yuan might be a genius, but somebody like him was destined to not walk far. Because he failed to show restraint. Yeah. Too tough, and it's easily broken. Yi Yuan doesn't know how to tolerate, that's why he challenged the Academy's rules, which resulted to his end. To him, Lin Tiancheng was doomed to be a minor character. There would have been thousands of ways to mess him to death. Why did he have to be impulsive? Disperse then. Let's go. It's already hopeless for Yi Yuan. It's impossible for him to wake up. Quite a few people already lost their patience and faith and left in groups. In the illusionary realm, Yi Yuan saw Ji Kanglin once again. Ha! You finally exited seclusion, junior apprentice brother. This brother waited for a long time. There are more and more guests these few days. I already can't handle it anymore. If you don't come out, I would have gone to Master and washed my hands off this matter. Seeing Yi Yuan, Ji Kanglin laughed. Yi Yuan's emotions were somewhat chaotic. Seeing this great enemy again, Yi Yuan was unable to keep a calm state of mind even though this was inside an illusionary realm. Yi Yuan had methods to break apart the illusionary realm. However, he did not do so. He did not wish to alter the direction the illusionary realm was heading to and fight to the death with Ji Kanglin. Because that was meaningless. He wanted to make use of this illusionary realm to advance his heart realm. Heart realm was something fleeting and abstruse, and looked like it was completely useless towards cultivation. Very few martial artists placed their thoughts on it as well. However, Yi Yuan knew that heart realm was extremely useful towards a martial artist's future cultivation road. It even determined to a certain extent the martial artist's potential and limit. To martial artists, heart realm was something akin to adding wings to a tiger. If two martial artists with the exact same cultivation strength were to battle it out, the final victor would definitely be the one with the higher heart realm. To Yi Yuan, even the slightest increase in strength was extremely valuable. My apologies. I've let senior apprentice brother wait for too long. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed the killing intent inside him and apologized. Since when have us brothers been so distant? Brother is only joking with you. Don't take it to heart, junior apprentice brother. I know that junior apprentice brother is pursuing the great alchemy Tao and doesn't like to be distracted by mundane matters. I will do my best to take on what I can handle, except the A.S. Assembly this time around is crucial to our Medicine King Hall. So I have no other options but to invite junior apprentice brother out. Ji Kanglin was filled with sincerity without the slightest bit of hypocrisy. Oh, body could have seen through his wild ambitions. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, I'll naturally help senior apprentice brother share the burden. The following few days, Yi Yuan followed Ji Kanglin and began to busy themselves with the various matters of the pill appreciation Grand Assembly. Even if these things were what he hated the most in the past, Yi Yuan still did them conscientiously, as if he was wholly immersed in the illusionary realm and substitute I toot himself inside. In the first place, it was himself. This posed no challenge at all to Yi Yuan. The pill appreciation Grand Assembly went according to the planned routine. Then Ji Kanglin finally revealed his fangs. Due to the fact that they drank a poison during the pill appreciation Grand Assembly which made people temporarily lose their abilities, Ji Xingyang and Ji Qinyun were already currently lambs awaiting slaughter. Master, don't blame this disciple for being heartless. This disciple also can't help it. Ji Kanglin pointed the sword in his hand at Ji Xingyang. Ji Xingyang's heart was akin to dead ashes. He shut his eyes and said, Now that things have come to this, no point talking anymore. I only wish that you can spare Yun'er's life. Hearing that, Ji Kanglin smiled sinisterly. My apologies, respectable master. I'm afraid I can't satisfy this dying wish of yours. If the roots of the weeds aren't removed, they will grow again come spring. I don't want to leave behind an enemy with such potential. Junior apprentice Brother Yun's talent is Estoni's. Hi+ing. As long as he's given a chance, he will probably have the strength to threaten me after several decades. Finest. Hi+ing. Ji Kanglin swung his longsword. A gleam of sword light shot directly towards Yi Yuan. At this time, Ji Xingyang's body suddenly moved. He blocked this sword light for Yi Yuan. Without essence energy to protect his body, Ji Xingyang's body was instantaneously pulverized by the sword light. At the same time, the might of Ji Xingyang's divine soul abruptly erupted and swept towards Ji Kanglin. Seeing the situation, Ji Kanglin howled, You miserable old fool! You actually ignited your divine soul? Do you want your soul to dissipate? Rumble. A violent clash. Ji Xingyang's divine soul crumbled away, while Ji Tsonglong also vomited a large mouthful of blood. Clearly, he had also sustained injuries that were not minor. Yi Yuan looked on at this scene coldly, and did not become agitated, nor was he indignant. There was not even any trace of emotion. Having experienced once again this scene, which was engraved into his bones and heart, it was equivalent to prying open the scars in his heart. This sort of spiritual pain was something that the average person could not feel. Yet, when the illusionary realm reached this moment, it was also incredibly dangerous. If he could not make it through, Yi Yuan would no longer exist after today. Ji Kanglin held the sword as he clutched his chest and walked towards Yi Yuan step by step. Don't blame senior apprentice brother, Junior Yun. I also can't help it myself. Take care along the way, Ji Kanglin said as he was walking. Yi Yuan looked at Ji Kanglin and suddenly gave a light smile. Yi Yuan crossed his legs to sit and shut his eyes as if he totally gave up resisting. However, as Ji Kanglin's approached, the aura on Yi Yuan's body gradually became fleeting, until towards the end, his aura could not be sensed at all, as if he had died. With a slash, the entire world gradually became dim, fainter and hazier. Finally, it vanished. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and felt the real world, muttering to himself, Is this heart like still water? Chapter 99. Essence Energy Vortex. Chapter 99. Essence Energy Vortex. Inside the pavilion opposite the Nine Heavens Peak, Su Yubai stood up and patted the dust off his body. Nothing to see anymore. Let's go. It's hopeless for Yi Yuan. I even thought that he had some reliance to dare tackle the Nine Heavens Road. In the end, he only crossed 5 steps in the second stage and was done. I don't want to watch any more either. Waste of time. Time to go, time to go. After such a long time, turns out it's a farce. I still thought that there was some show to watch. After messing around for the greater part of a day, he's still the same as the rest. Suyubai walked off, and the other elders naturally lost interest and stood up one after another. They watched Yi Yuan stand there unmoved for 4 hours, and were actually bored out of their minds already. Now that they were assured Yi Yuan would not wake up, they naturally felt that there was no longer the need to watch on. Suyubai circled past the stone table and led the crowd out of the pavilion. After just a few steps, there was suddenly a commotion coming from the students at the foot of the mountain. Quick, look! Yi Yuan moved. And? He's actually meditating on the spot? What's he trying to do? He's not thinking about cultivating on the spot, right? Or has he already run amok? Does running amok look like that? Doesn't seem so. Looking at this appearance, it seems more like cultivating. But what's the use of doing something like embracing Buddha's feet at his hour of need? Yi Yuan always exceeds expectations when doing things. I really don't know what he's trying to do. But looking at his appearance, he should have just escaped from inside the illusionary realm. But he only walked 5 steps. How is he going to cross the remaining steps at the back? Yi Yuan's actions finally let the frustrated crowd find a topic of conversation once again. All manners of speculations spread out among the crowd. The 3 people, Huyen Yong, Feng Ruoqing, and Feng Zhiro, who were initially already in despair, finally let out a sigh of relief right now. This rascal really scared me to death. I even thought that he won't ever wake up anymore. Huyen Yong exclaimed and wiped away his cold sweat. Feng Ruoqing, on the other hand, continued to watch Yi Yuan silently, as if she had discovered something. What is it, Teacher Feng? Is something wrong? Huyen Yong asked curiously. Teacher Huyen, do you feel that Yi Yuan's aura isn't quite right? Huyen Yong felt Yi Yuan's aura, and sure enough, he felt that something was amiss. This rascal, why is the aura of his body becoming increasingly weaker? Could some problem have occurred? Feng Ruoqing shook her head. Clearly, she also could not make clear of the situation. However, their perceptions were locked onto Yi Yuan. But they discovered that Yi Yuan's aura became increasingly weaker, progressively weaker until in the end, it actually directly vanished. The 3 people were completely stunned. His aura vanished? Could it be that he's already dead? Suyubai had clearly also discovered Yi Yuan's transformation. Elder Lin suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Elder Su, that Yi Yuan's aura has already completely vanished. Did he already die on the 9 Heavens Road? With Elder Lin's words, Suyubai became even more certain about his idea. Quas. Plussing the wild elation in his heart, Suyubai nodded and said, although the situation is somewhat bizarre, his aura has indeed completely vanished. Looks like he's really dead already. Snort. Slighting the Elder's counsel. This outcome was deserved. Leaving a whole corpse can be counted as letting him off lightly. Elder Lin derided coldly. Ha! Dean, who already said that this was a student's right. Since he chose this way of dying, and he's already dead now, it also counts as us Elders' Council enforcing the Academy's rules. Suyubai's current mood was evidently excellent and turned around to console Elder Lin instead. Although the process was a little winded, Yi Yuan finally still died. He had finally helped the Su family to eliminate this hidden danger. Inside the pavilion, Hu Chongqing looked at Yi Yuan's corpse, gave a long sigh, and also got up to prepare to leave. Majority of the heaven-rank students with higher cultivation also discovered Yi Yuan's abnormal condition. After feeling sorry for him, they involuntarily secretly breathed a sigh of relief. One long tang already crushed them until they could not breathe. With the addition of an even more monstrous Yi Yuan, their life in the future would be even worse off. Didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Yi Yuan actually died on the 5th step. Oh, old Long, no matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, he's already a has-been. You also saw the terror of the 9 Heavens Road. Are you still going to challenge the 9 Heavens Road? Zwabugue said to Long Tang. Long Tang narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he did not really believe the truth in front of him. Yi Yuan charged through the first stage so smoothly, how could he possibly fall at the fifth step in the second stage? This was too absurd. Hearing Zwabugue's words, Long Tang nodded and said, "Even if the 9 heavens road were a mountain of knives or a flaming sea, a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I would still challenge it. Either I succeed or I perish." Plus, you're seriously stubborn. Forget it. I know that you're proud and arrogant. I won't be able to persuade you. Since you're giving me your rank of the first place with both hands, I'll kindly accept it. First place? What the point of first place in the Dan Wu Academy? If you like it so much, then take it, Long Tang said nonchalantly. Sigh. You've really been poisoned deeply. He's already dead. Are you still going to keep watching? Watch a while more. I keep feeling that Yi Yuan won't die so easily. Since when did you become like this, old Long? He's clearly already. What's going on? While the two were talking, they suddenly felt some irregular movements happening to the surrounding essence energy. The students at the foot of the mountain already started preparing to leave when suddenly, a wild wind whistled past, and the essence energy around them started becoming thinner. What's happening? The 9 Heavens Peak is a land with extremely abundant essence energy. How come now the energy became so thin? Could it be that someone is breaking through? It's Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan is breaking through. Somebody shouted from within the crowd, drawing everyone's eyes toward Yi Yuan once again. It was only to see that the essence energy in the vicinity of the 9 Heavens Peak surged towards Yi Yuan frenziedly at this moment. With Yi Yuan as the center, it formed a storm of enormous essence energy. An essence energy vortex. Yi Yuan's aura also swiftly grew stronger. Huyen Yong and Feng Ruoqing exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in the other party's eyes. This is heart like still water. Yi Yuan, he actually reached the heart like still water realm. This is simply inconceivable. Even among crystal formation realms, there were only extremely few people who actually reached such level in terms of heart realm. This is a realm from the legends. Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence chi realm, so how did he do it? Huyen Yong sucked in a cold breath. Feng Ruoqing's eyes flashed. Clearly, she was also in the midst of shock. Pretty soon, it's not going to be 6th level essence chi realm anymore. He's about to break through right now. This punk is seriously too shocking. He only just broke through to the 6th level essence chi realm a few days back, and now, he's actually going to cross a minor stage again and directly reach the 7th level essence chi realm. Truly terrifying. Huyen Yong was astounded. But seeing how Yi Yuan was so peerlessly talented, he also felt quite pleased in his heart. No matter what Yi Yuan's relations, Hi+P with the academy was sowed, he also felt extremely proud for such a genius to walk out of the state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy. Feng Ruoqing took a deep breath and questioned, 7th level essence chi realm? Look at this amount of essence energy, Teacher Huyen. Is it only the 7th level essence chi realm? Chapter 100, Peak 9th level essence chi realm. Chapter 100, Peak 9th level essence chi realm. Only after hearing what Feng Ruoqing said was Huyen Yong stunned. Sensing the increasingly wilder essence energy vortex, Huyen Yong was once again shocked. The feeling of this essence energy vortex almost caught up to breaking through the spirit condensation realm. Such violent essence energy, was Yi Yuan not afraid that he would be stuffed to death? However, heart like still water was a legendary realm. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really digest it. Thinking up to here, Huyen Yong could not help but look forward to it. This rascal really brings people surprises repeatedly. Huyen Yong was secretly excited. However, Su Yubai's expression currently did not look good. He originally already confirmed Yi Yuan's death. Now, not only did Yi Yuan come back to life, he even started breaking through by taking advantage of the situation. It had only been a few days since he broke through to the 6th level Essence Qi realm. He was actually going to break through again. Right now, Su Yubai could only curse that Yi Yuan was stuffed to death by this violent essence energy vortex. Also, Yi Yuan actually reached the heart-like still water realm from the legends on the Nine Heavens Road. He had lived for such a long time, and he did not even know what was called heart-like still water, yet a 15-year-old brat like Yi Yuan actually reached such a level in heart realm. After raging, Su Yubai suddenly felt waves of uneasiness. He suddenly recalled the words that Yi Yuan said 3 days back. "I'll remember this, you old fart. I, Yi Yuan, will repay today's grudge 100-fold in the future. I will definitely take your head within a year." The words were still echoing in Su Yubai's ears. Back then, he only treated it as a joke. But now, Su Yubai's heart started to become uneasy. Within a year? He can't really do it, right? Thinking up to here, Su Yubai shuddered uncontrollably. The wild essence energy vortex started roaring with Yi Yuan as its center and shrouded a radius of several hundred meters. The students sensed that the surrounding essence energy was virtually sucked dry. Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art and greedily absorbed the essence energy surrounding the 9 heavens peak. His aura could be clearly seen as it rose swiftly. However, Yi Yuan, who was residing at the heart of the vortex, did not move even in the slightest, as if he was still a dead man. This movement and stillness gave everyone a huge contrast, making them felt the situation was very odd. Nevertheless, what people were most concerned with was what Yi Yuan was trying to do. Such an enormous essence energy vortex could completely let a martial artist break through to the spirit condensation realm. Was this Yi Yuan trying to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm? Under everyone's dumbstruck faces, Yi Yuan used heart-like still water to revolve the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. The efficiency actually became several times faster than normal. He frenziedly refined the essence energy to bring it into his dantian. His cultivation realm was also in the process of steadily rising. The cultivation breakthrough this time around was not Yi Yuan initiating the breakthrough, but rather, it followed naturally after the breakthrough in Heart Realm. As the saying went, when the water was full, it automatically overflowed. This was that logic. After 15 minutes, Yi Yuan's realm broke through to the 7th level Essence Qi realm without any surprises, stepping into the final minor stage in the Essence Qi realm. However, this was just the beginning. The essence energy vortex did not show any sign of stopping, and Yi Yuan continued to refine essence energy ceaselessly. Too maniacal. He absorbed so much essence energy and only broke through to the 7th level Essence Qi realm. If it were me, it would probably be enough to reach the 8th level Essence Qi realm. Yeah. What he's cultivating is definitely not the Academy's cultivation law. It's impossible for the Academy's Tier 3 cultivation laws to have this kind of effect. When you compare people, people have to die. When you compare goods, goods have to be thrown away. I wonder if I can be as monstrous as Yi Yuan if I cultivate such a powerful cultivation law. Are you still sleeping? Don't talk about cultivating Yi Yuan's cultivation law. Are you even able to cultivate the Academy's Tier 3 cultivation laws? High-tier cultivation laws are incomparably profound. If everybody could cultivate them, then wouldn't everyone be able to ascend to the divine realm? That's true. But how is Yi Yuan trying to break through? Looking at his appearance, is he not going to give up if he doesn't break through to the spirit condensation realm? Initially, I thought that way too, but looking at his current performance, the amount of essence energy required to break through to the spirit condensation realm must definitely be horrifying. Even though this essence energy vortex is powerful, I'm afraid it isn't sufficient for him to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Under the crowd's discussions, Yi Yuan's cultivation steadily rose and rapidly broke through to the peak of 7th level Essence Qi realm. Then, it directly broke through to the 8th level Essence Qi realm, following which, Yi Yuan's momentum did not slow down in the slightest. His aura became even more vigorous until he broke through to the 9th level Essence Qi realm before finally gradually slowing. Finally, Yi Yuan's realm stopped at the peak 9th level Essence Qi realm, just a single step away from the Spirit Condensation realm. The Essence Energy Vortex dispersed, and Yi Yuan slowly got up. He muttered to himself, "In the previous life, I cultivated to the Divine King level without having any breakthrough in Heart Realm. I didn't think that while I'm currently only at the Essence Qi realm, I would unexpectedly have such breakthrough." Martial artists placed emphasis on Essence Energy but disparaged Heart Realm. I didn't expect Heart Realm to actually be so important. Perhaps that intangible, abstruse heaven-man unity might even have some sort of connection with the deity realm. There was also the distinction between realms within the Heart Realm, except it was not as systematic as cultivation realms. It was also somewhat hard to grasp. Heart Realm was divided into 3 realms. They were respectively Heart like Still Water, Heart like Monolith, and the mythical Heaven-Man Unity. Heart Realm could not be trained. One could only rely on lucky chances and enlightened comprehension. Heart like still water, akin to an old well without ripples. It was easy to say, but in reality it was extremely difficult to achieve. The world was plagued with turmoil and confusion. How could it be simple to truly achieve heart like still water when in the midst of the pugilistic world? Those who could reach heart like still water realm probably would not number more than 10 in the entire endless world. Yi Yuan initially did not expect to break through the Heart Realm either. He immersed himself inside the illusionary realm all so that he could RS.E for when meeting Ji Kanglin in the future. Ji Kanglin's might was not something that the average person could comprehend. Even if he cultivated to the Divine King level once again, Yi Yuan also did not have confidence in killing him. If Yi Yuan was unable to remain calm and collected when facing Ji Kanglin in the future, then the person who would be defeated would very well be himself. In reality, it was already extremely perilous for Yi Yuan just now in the illusionary realm. He was already at the edge of losing himself. However, when Ji Xingyang died yet again due to protecting him, something flashed across Yi Yuan's heart, and he comprehended heart like still water at the moment of crisis. That was how he broke the illusionary realm and exited. Heart like still water was actually not that amazing in the divine realm. Martial artists at the Divine King level could basically all reach this realm. Of course, with the exception of Yi Yuan. However, heart like monolith was not so easy to attain. According to what Yi Yuan knew, there was scarcely anyone who reached that level even among the divine realm's divine kings. As for the mythical heaven-man unity, Yi Yuan had never heard of anyone who accomplished it. Looks like the person who created the 9 Heavens Road had reached the heart like still water realm in the past. He fused his understanding into the illusionary realm to help students sense it. Seriously impressive. Except, I'm afraid it would be difficult to comprehend this heart like still water if one didn't have Ma's Civ lucky encounters. Yi Yuan had already praised this 9 Heavens Road more than once. Yi Yuan must admit that the difficulty of this 9 Heavens Road had surpassed his imaginations. He even nearly lost himself while in the illusionary realm, let alone the other students. Even those students who had made it past the 9 Heavens Road most likely only forced their way through it. They were, however, unable to comprehend the true essence of the 9 Heavens Road. This 9 Heavens Road was actually a vast treasure trove. This middle stage of 333 steps no longer posed any more challenge to Yi Yuan now that his heart realm had already broken through to heart like still water realm. He made his move and headed directly for the 3rd stage.